If you're not motivated by now, you're in the wrong spot. Okay, how are you? Good to see you too. All right, so if you're looking for motivation, that's Tony Robbins. House, for instance, a house is worth $500,000. If the house is worth $500,000 and you went in and said, how much the house worth? 500,000. How much you want for it? 500,000. Thank you, but no thank you. I'm a businessman. I'm not trying to live in this house, and I don't fall in love with something that can't love me back. Stop falling in love with your car. Stop falling in love with your house. Stop falling in love with your watch. Stop falling in love with your. You only love something that can love you back. All right. So that's what we need to first learn as businessmen and businesswomen. All right. You build your business to sell. Okay. Why do we do that? We may be off a little track. You guys says, you know what? This ain't what Mr. Whitehead usually teach. Well, I'm varying this a little bit. I want you to understand that we are businessmen and businesswomen. All right. So when we purchase, when we get a business, we build the business up and then we sell it if somebody offers us enough money. Now, if you build a business with the intentions to sell, that means you're going to always try to make that business have more and more and more and more value, more power. How do you think that, I think Hawaiian Airline and Alaska Airlines, did you see that? Hawaiian Airlines and Alaska Airlines have merged together. All right. That is big. All right. So that means they're going to combine and have more value, making their stock or their shares worth more money. The company's worth more money. Right. Now, what we want to do is we want to go in and build our company as big as we can. Okay. Because it's not how much money you have. Oprah doesn't have $5 billion under her mattress. It won't fit. All right. Bezos, 150 billion or something like that. He ain't got that in his closet. It won't fit. That's what his company is worth. So it's not how much money you have. Forget about, I don't care if you got $10 million. Anybody with some real money don't care nothing about how much money you have. So all y'all out there showing all your little money, I got 50, I got $5 million. Look at how much money I got. No, how much is your company worth? That's what rich folks care about. You walk up to me, I got $10 million. I said, that's nice. That's nice. Some people have credit cards with no limit. $10 million. Okay, look, this is an unlimited credit card, bro. So yeah, that's nice. Right. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay. Some people actually have credit cards with no limit, like the black cards. No interest and no limit. No interest, no limit. So don't go around bragging about how much money you have because nobody cares about money. How much is your company worth? Now we're going to get in and see how we can create worth and value for your company. Okay. All right. Okay. So if you had a $500,000 house, for instance, they say, how much is the house? You say the house is selling. How much is it worth? 500,000. How much is it worth? 500,000. No, thank you. I want somebody to say, well, Corona was going on and, I gotta sell this house. I got a little issue going on. Well, I can help you. Well, how much is the house? It's worth 500,000. How much you selling it for? 300,000. Okay, that sounds like a good deal. That's $200,000 of money extra. As soon as I buy that, I got $200,000 equity. But I may have to spend like $30,000, $40,000 to do some little fixing up, repairs. That's called a flip. So now I come in, I do 30,000, I do 30 or $50,000, putting in a new kitchen, new bathroom, nice flooring, curb appeal, make it look nice outside. And then I put it on the market, the MLS, multi-listings with an agent, a real estate agent, and I sell it. In 40 days, I'm out of there with $150,000. If I have the money to buy the house for 300,000. If I don't have the money to buy the house for 300,000, what am I going to do? Other people's money, other people's ideas, and other people's efforts. That's how we play. All right. Other people's money, other people's ideas, and other people's efforts. Not my money. Right? Not using your money, right? Okay, so whose money? First of all, the bank's money or somebody that wants to invest in you and give you the money, invest in me and I'll work your money for you. Now that's game. Invest in me and I'll work your money for you. That's the game that's going on right now today. A lot of people say, what's the game? The game ain't going out here getting $100,000 worth of credit cards. Come on. The game is not out. The real game is not going out here getting $100,000 worth of credit cards and get your credit together, get your corporation. Now everybody's on the credit corporation tip, right? And now go get $100,000. What you gonna do with $150,000? The game is look around. Look around at the people making the big money today. You know what they're doing? They're saying, invest in me and I will work your money. Go look at Tony Robbins. This is Tony Robbins saying, invest in Tony Robbins. That's what he's saying now. What about Grant Cardone? Powerful guys. What are you saying? He's saying, invest in my company and I will work your company in real estate. So if you have an idea, I want you to build your company and first get yourself suited where you got your money going on, you got your nice company built up nicely. Then I want you to go to the second level. We're going to get that corporate book. Boom. Corporate book. Now, who online is talking about the corporate book? But this thing been out here for ages. They just now talking about getting the LLC. You got LLC? You got an LLC? They got my LLC. They just now talking about an LLC, right? They not even at the second level yet. There's levels to this thing. This thing here is where the real money is made. Oh my goodness. Once you get the money from the banks, do life stop at $100,000, $150,000? No, right? And now this is where it starts. Going in and getting this thing. This thing is $125 after you get your corporation. And what's inside that? This is what they call a stock certificate. Now, why are they giving these out to all these people and you don't know nothing about it? Internet. Everybody's on the internet. Oh, I got game, man. You get your credit fixed. After you get your credit fixed, I could go in and get you $100,000 with just 3 credit cards. That's $200,000. Now, ain't you impressed? Oh no. Okay, show me how I get $1 million, right? Okay, now we can do something, right? So now, look at any person that really has serious wealth, and they're going to have the corporate book in their office. Now, how many people do you know, you walk in and say, I got my own business, and they don't even have a corporate book? This is nothing new. This book, look up the corporate kit online for $125. Look it up. Some people come in and say, that guy don't know what he's talking about. That guy. And when I tell you something, I want you to look it up. Don't say that's Mr. Derrick said it. No. This stuff has been going on forever. You just didn't know nothing about it. So go in and look up the corporate kit. $125. Why are people buying that when they have a corporation? Because that gives you a special Let's look at this like this. This is the game of Monopoly. Let's think about it as Monopoly. All right. In Monopoly, you have you have uh in Monopoly, you have everybody's issued out money. Everybody's around the table, and you get money, and you get money. Everybody gets the same amount of money. Ain't that right? Everybody gets the same amount of money. So here's $100 for you, 100, and then when they get to you, they say, no, you don't get any money. You can play the game, but you don't get any money. Here, John, you get some money. Here, you get some money. Mary, here, you get some money, but you get no money. The only thing you can do when you don't have any money in a Monopoly game is to either steal or go to jail. Because you gotta eat. How you gonna play the game if you can't eat? You all know if you've ever played Monopoly, some people wind up in jail, right? All right. What I'm telling you now is monopoly. Economics is monopoly. Now, well, what do you mean by that, Mr. Whitehead? You are already rich. They issued you all this money. Imagine you getting a big puzzle, and they just took the box and dumped out all the puzzle pieces on you. And you're like, how the hell? So you spend all your life trying to figure out, how do I put this puzzle together so I can see the map, so I can see the picture? And nobody teaches you how to put the puzzle. Now, everybody knows you take the dark pieces, put all in one part. You take the corner edges and put them on one part. You take the colors of yellows and put them together, and you start, because nobody's teaching you. Now, guess what? If you wanted to eat, you go work every day. 85%, they go work every day. Work and work. Oh, that car wash, working, working, right? But did you know they already issued you money in the corporation? What you talking about, Mr. Whitehead? What you talking? Okay, let's go to school. Right here is a corporation. It's a person. This is your straw man. For those who want to play the Monopoly game, you need to have a straw man, because if you don't have a straw man, you have to go work for your money. This thing goes and gets the money for you so you can have money to play the Monopoly game. So now, if you take this, and when you get this, now you go to the banks and go borrow on credit. Are you working? No, you're getting credit. That ain't work. Not to me. That ain't right. All right. So now you use this thing to get money. You get a business, a corporation to get money. We do not work to get money. We do not work to get money. We get money to do business. We do not do business to get money. We get money to do business. Don't overthink it. Now, when you get this, it says, you want $100,000? Yeah, I like that. Get one of these, Willie Corporation. Walk Willie into the bank, because Willie is built right. Somebody taught you how to put the puzzle together for Willie. Willie has to have certain things that he needs to walk Willie into the bank and say, Willie wants some money. You want? Not me. Willie wants some money. And now Willie gets the credit and build Willie up with lines of credit and money. Then after the credit, then Willie orders the corporate book. That's the next step. The corporate book. See, nobody told you that there's steps to this. They go in and say, go and get your credit, your personal credit, borrow some money. If you're even smarter than that, and somebody taught you better, they say, now go get your corporation and borrow some money, and that's not even you. And if you're smarter than that, then you go to the next plateau. Now you say, somebody teaches you, go get the corporate book for $125. That's the next step. It's like the baby. Once the baby goes in and he learns a little bit, you got to teach him the next level. So now the next level is this. $125, go buy the corporate book, and now you have this. When you get this, now you're not even on the borrowing level anymore. You're not borrowing nothing from the bank. You're saying, I have this. I have a corporate stamp, right? And inside this book is a corporate stamp, just like Obama. See that? That's the corporate seal. See this? This is the corporate stamp. Who's showing you this on the internet? This is real business. All right? All right. The corporate stamp. What do you do with the corporate stamp? You say, I have this. Let's look at what this is. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on his farm, the farm is the corporation. That's the farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on the farm, he had some chickens and some cattle and some, let's call it, livestock. That's how people in a lot of countries are rich, because of livestock. Or you stock up the shelves in the food store, stocking the shelves. Got to have stock, product. So Old MacDonald had a farm. That's the corporation. On the farm, he had some chickens and some cows and some horses. E-I-E-I-O. Now, if somebody wants to invest in you, we're the biggest giving money out to everybody in the world. You know, we never say, give me some, lay some bread on me, and I'll work your money. Because I got a good farm, okay? I got a good idea. Now, this thing you can give to people and say, would you like to buy an ear of my cow? That's a stock certificate. E-I-E-I-O. All right. If you give me enough money, hell, I give you a bunch of these. And you can buy a whole cow, because that's going to help me buy more cows. So your piece of paper is going to be worth more money. But I'm not going to pay you. You're going to take this paper and give it to a transfer agent. I want you to write this down. A transfer agent. That transfer agent is going to get what they call, is going to be also have, you're going to give them a private placement memorandum. We're not playing here today. I didn't come here to play. All right? I want you to teach your children. They should teach us this in high school. Now, because the money is free. All right, now, a private placement memorandum that says, this is who we are, this is what we do, and turn it over. right? And we're going to abide by all the laws in every state that's on there, right? Sign the back, and we are going to if you lose your money, you can lose your money. Just like Google, just like YouTube. Why do you think they're billionaires? The private placement memorandum. Give us some money, invest in us so we can grow, and you can lose your money. Sign right here. So this is not a debt. This is the next level. See, the smaller level got you going to the bank. The bigger level says go directly to investors, and there are books and places that take this stuff and get the money for you. I don't think you heard me. Stock certificate, $125. This thing, stamp it. Now I got a corporate stamp. Corporate stamp. See that? Oh, that's official. Now, I give this to a transfer agent. The transfer agent gives a pitch deck. Nobody's going to sit around and listen to you all day talk about your business. They want a pitch deck that describes who you are, what you're doing, and all that different stuff about your business. You hand them this stock certificate, a private placement memorandum, look that up, PPM, and you give that to a transfer agent. Look at that. Somebody said a boutique will get the money. Yes, that's right. Scott Clark, that's right. All right. So what do we need? We need the corporate book, right? First, we need a corporation. Then we can get the corporate book. See the steps that you got to go? Now, once you get the corporate book, in the book, you have these stock certificates. So now you can say, hey, you know what? Here is my stock certificate. And here's my private placement memorandum. My private placement memorandum. And also my pitch deck. And also my transfer agent, who I'm going to transfer this, a separate person that's separate from the company. Transfer it to them. They're going to transfer it to an investor. And the investor is going to give them money. And they're going to transfer it to my bank account, or rather, Willie's bank account. And they're investing in a piece of my cow, maybe a leg, maybe an ear. Maybe they gave me a lot. So now they can invest in a whole cow. Got it? Okay. Do you know there's such a thing as a Lehman's agreement? I want you to write that down. If you're not interested, fine. Go back to the $100, the $100,000 page, right? All right. So now, there are people who raise the money for you. If anybody out there has seen a movie called The Boiler Room, look that up and watch that movie, The Boiler Room. And this is what I'm describing to you. Introduction to 101, Get the Big Money 101. Right? Derek Whitehead, Get the Money 101. All right? Now, they transfer the money to you, but there's such a thing as a Lehman's agreement. What is a Lehman's agreement? Those are places that boutiques, they raise the money for you. Did you know that? They raise the money for you. They used to call them boiler rooms, but that movie gave it a bad name, so now they call them boutiques. Is it legal? Definitely. So now, they use a system called the Lehman's Agreement. What is a Lehman's Agreement? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If they raise you $1 million, they get 5%. If they raise you $2 million, they get 4%. If they raise you $3 million, they get 3%. If they raise you anything over $4 million, anything over 4 million is 1%. If they raise you $10 billion, they only get 1%. And now, where do they get the money from? This is something that you don't know about, probably. I don't know. But there are guppies, whales, and institutional investors. Let me say that again. We're not playing here today. All right. And don't say this is, I didn't come here for this, all of this. Well, you came for the baby money, then go to the baby side. This Derek Whitehead, we coming in with the real deal. Enough is enough. Okay, so now, guppies, whales, institutional investors. What is a guppy? A guppy is an investor that will give you 100,000 to $10 million for your business. What is a institutional investor? I'm sorry, what is a whale? A whale is next. A whale will give you $1 million to $100 million. $100 million. What is an institutional investor? An institutional investor is like Sony or Google. They invest in you. Or funds, like a hedge fund. Funds. And do you know that there's something that's called a broker-dealer? A broker-dealer. I'm not talking about a broker that's a real estate broker. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking a SEC qualified broker dealer. SEC means Securities Exchange Commission. Look at him. Somebody said Charles Schwab. Man, we got some people on here tonight. That's right, Charles Schwab. Brokerage houses. Brokerage houses. Somebody said the Jobs Act. Wait, who is that? John Green, the Jobs Act. My man, Jobs Act. Exactly, John. So the Jobs Act is where Obama said, he changed the law. He said, regular people like you and me can go out with what I'm telling you, and you can now raise funds directly to investors. Can you believe that? And we didn't know nothing about it. Well, John knows about it. Okay. Jobs Act. Look that up. So now we out here talking about, I got my nonprofit and I'm going to get me a grant and I'm going to get. Look, there's levels to this thing. So there's people who actually, so there's people actually that will raise the money for you. And but institutional investors will give you $1 billion. $1 billion. But it has to be something like, like brain research or cancer research or stem cell research. Those are like research companies. They get billions of dollars, not grants. Sometimes they get grants too, but institutional investors. Why? Because they have so much money. Do you know Bezos of Amazon did like $150 billion a year? So what is it for him to say, I'm trying to hold down some of these taxes, so if I give away $1 billion to a company that I believe in, then I'm straight. I don't have to pay tax on that money, but I still invested it. That's the rationale, right? So now, loss and gains. Look at that. Ooh, you guys are on it. Raise 1 million to 5 to 50 million. Ooh, wee, you guys are on it today. All right. Been listening. Okay, so now I want you to understand that there's levels to this thing. And so once you go in and you go get yourself your seed money, that's your corporation. You're going to go in and get yourself 100, 200, 300, 400, $500,000. Once you go get that money, now what are you going to do with it? Now you're going to leverage it. Nobody's telling you about leveraging your money. Let's get into leveraging. We're going to go in. Why do you have to have one bank account when you can have 5 bank accounts for one business? You talk about borrowing, right? So why can't you have 5 bank accounts and basically have Bank of America, another bank, another bank, another bank, and another bank, and put $100,000 you borrowed from Bank of America. Now you take 100,000, you take 10,000 out of that account and put it in Wells Fargo. It's all the same business account, it's just different banks. And now you turn around and take another 7,000 and put it over to this next bank, and another one in the next bank, another one next bank. Don't put the same amount of money in each bank, but at the end of the month, you have to move the money because the money is called cash flow. The money must move. If it doesn't move, they charge you. If it moves through their system, then that means they pay you. If you put $1,000 in the bank or you borrow $1,000 from the bank now has nine times the amount of money that you borrowed. 9 times. So every time you put some money into a bank account, they are now 9 times richer. $1 million you put in there, they now have $10 million on their books. I know. I was a banker. All right. All right. So now what we want to do is leverage, move the money, because it's not how much money you have, it's how much you're worth. Your company is worth, right? So now, what if you want to go and get a bank statement loan? You have 5 banks that have been putting money in 100,000 here, 100 here, 100 here, 100, 100. You can borrow each 75% from 5 banks. Do you want to borrow 75% from one bank? Or you want to borrow 75% on your bank statement loan that has nothing to do with your credit, or from 5 banks? I'd rather have 75% of 5 banks. Take the red pill or the blue pill. All right? That's leveraging. All right. So once you go in and put that money in, you got to move your money. Now, the next thing I want to say to people is I try to give something extra every time I come on here. I'm not an internet guy. I've been doing this 30 years. When they had phone booths when I was doing this. Right? They had dial phones. I'm old. I've been around with like Jesus. I remember he had the little shoes. I saw the 3 wise men. I look like this. All right. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that you leverage the money. All right. So when you leverage the money, that makes you have more money, like a blowfish. You just blow up bigger. Just keep blowing up. Right. And now I want you to know, when you go in and you get a bank account, I want you to go in and get payables and receivables. I could talk this stuff for 6 months nonstop. It never stops. It never exhausts, right? It's just, so I did all this 30 years to give this to you. All right. So now I want you to get payables and receivables. Why do I do that, Mr. Whitehead? Because when you get a loan from the bank, you can get all kinds of stuff. You can get credit cards. You can get installment lines of credit. You can get revolving lines. You can get loans. You can get letters of credit. You can get bank statement loans just based on your bank statements, your ending balances. You can get merchant account loans. You should have a credit card swiper, and they're going to look how much you swiping and give you money on that. That all makes value for your company. Makes sense? All right. So we want to go in and be able to hit loans from every direction. Other people's money. We have access to capital. Now we got to do something with that money. But the first thing we're going to do, we're going to make sure we get our bank account. That bank account is going to say payables, one account, checking account, but that account is going to be payables and receivables. Why is that? Because you may take your money, you might go out to dinner, you might go out and put gas in your car. You might go out and buy a hot dog, right? So when the bank asks to see your bank statements, you don't want them to see your junk, right? You want them to see, you're going to give them your receivables. Here's my receivables. That's going to show all the money that you've been receiving in, right? You don't want it in one, like most people have one bank account. It's going to show you got $10,000 this day, and then you went out and brought a suit, then you went out and put gas in your car, and then you got another $500, then you got another 10,000, No, you don't want them to see your junk. You want them to see, I got 10,000, I got 5,000, I got 2,000, I got this, right? So you want payables and receivables, two accounts in one. Go to the bank. Just because you know it don't mean the bank knows it. Even a lot of bank tellers don't even understand it. You say, okay, can you please get a manager so you can do this for me? I'm telling you, I teach people every day with millions of dollars, and they don't know what I'm teaching you. They don't even know this, right? So you don't want to show your junk, okay? All right, so the next thing is, there's levels to this thing. So don't go in talking about, I'm going to go get me $100,000 in credit cards and then think that's the end. $200,000 in credit cards. That's game. No, we're past game. We're businessmen. We want to learn, how does this rich people get rich? How do they get that, right? So we want to go in, first get the corporation. We're going to go in and hit the banks. Well, the credit unions first. After you hit the credit unions, then what we're going to do? Then we're going to go and we're going to hit the banks, because now we have good credit because the credit unions give money like water. Now we have let those in one tranche. The first tranche, what is a tranche, Mr. Whitehead? A tranche is it takes about 3 weeks to a week to a month and a half for your first stuff to hit your business credit report. So wait. Let it hit. Once it hits your tranche, now the bank's going to look when they give you more money or more credit cards. Now they're going to see you paid your first bill, okay? Because you're very risky in the beginning. So you paid your first bill. That's a month or 3 weeks to a month, usually about to hit your credit report. That's called business trade lines. Now you have a business trade line. So once that hits, now you go back and now you can go into the banks. Now, guess what? If you have financials and you paid your 2 years of taxes, you got money from the bank, so pay your taxes. The first year, you made less money than you made the second year. That's how it goes. So now you go in and pay your taxes and then get a profit and loss made up. Now you can go in the bank with full doc. Now you can get loans. You're not just going and getting credit cards and lines of credit. You're going in now and getting loans. Credit cards and lines of credit are basically, that $100,000, $200,000 stuff, credit cards. That's what they're talking about. They that's just two banks, and that's 60,000, 100,000 right there from two banks. That's game. Okay, all right, that's a start, right? Where do we go from here, right? So now you go in, you get that. Now you want to go get that bigger money. You want with full doc on your business, and you got some business lines of credit that you're paying. Now you're talking about $500,000 to $1 million. Oh yeah, now you're talking because now you have financials, right? Now you have you filed your taxes. You already got money from the bank to pay your taxes, so file them and then take that 30,000, pay your taxes, and now you can walk in the bank full doc and get 500 $1 million. Who's talking that on the internet? Nobody. We talking about some real money. We can't be going in for that baby money, right? All right. So now once we get past that 1 million and 1.5 million, that makes you an accredited investor. That means that you can go in and you can say, I can lose 250,000 and I ain't worried about it. It's gonna piss me off, but it's not gonna break my family, right? That's called an accredited investor. If you got two people in a household, that's going to be $300,000 to be an accredited investor, two people together, right? So once you do that, now you can go in and go to the next level and get that corporate book. Because you're going to the next level, right? This is a Monopoly game, but nobody's teaching you. These are the moves in the Monopoly game because the money is free. You just got to know how to make the moves to get it. This is a great country. This is great. You can't do this. You can't do this everywhere. So now you get the corporate book, $125, invest in you. Now what do you get? Now you can go in and get these. And now you can open up Lehman's agreement, what I told you, private placement memorandum, these stock certificates. I'm not talking about cows. This is a stock certificate. There's a difference in stock and stock certificate. This here allows a person to buy a piece of your cows. The cows are stock. This is a stock certificate. This is a license almost to print money. This is your monopoly money that they're giving you. That's right. Okay, so now let's go in here and let's look at the starter monopoly that they give you. You're already rich. Do you know you can get a lot more money a lot faster? How long would it take you to make $100 million? Working. Probably a lifetime. It's probably damn near impossible, right? But you know that you can do the right steps. Get this, then get your next step and your next step, $100 million. You can get that a lot faster than you can working and digging and working for all these different, I can't name the companies, but you know. All right. That's why they get rich because they know better. So this is a corporation. Boom. A corporation is the same thing as you. It's a corp. That means body, person, corpse, dead thing. You bring it to life. All right. Now, this corporation, when you open it up over here, you have a good standing letter. Everything you have, it has. We're going to speed it up a little bit because the time is rolling. So everything that you have, it has. This is a good standing letter. When you give it to the police, your driver's license, he looks to see you don't have a warrant. He says, you're in good standing. Well, that's the same thing with a corporation. Good standing letter, the thing with the seal on it. I also want you to know that once you get your good standing letter and you're ready to go get some funding, I want you to make sure you look at up here on your good standing is a date, a good standing date. If your date on your good standing letter is older than 6 months, go to the Secretary of State and ask them for an updated good standing letter because you're going to get turned down or you're going to get a little bit of money because it's outdated. Nobody tells you that on the internet. You have to understand banking. We're trying to appease the bank, right? Okay. All right, so we're trying to appease the bank. So this is a good standing letter, update your good standing letter. Over here, everything you have, the corporation has. These are articles. Articles of incorporation is his birth certificate. It says, this is who I am, where I was born, and this is what we do. And we're going to abide by all the laws in every state. Whatever is applicable to us, we're going to abide by them laws, right? So in here, remember Old McDonald? This is the farm. Guess what? They give you stock. They give you shares. Let's call it shares. So I want everybody to look in their corporation, if you have a corporation, and look and see how many shares do you have? How many shares were issued to you? Do you know they give you as many shares as you want? This is better than Monopoly. You say, I want 10,000 shares because I'm going to issue out my shares to people that want to invest in me. Now, how many people have corporations and don't know nothing about this? Where's your monopoly money? Just because you bought a corporation doesn't mean you're going to make money in your business. How many people out here have businesses and ain't making no money? Because you didn't know that you had free money already. You just didn't know how to work it. You didn't know how many shares you have. So look in here and say, how much monopoly money did they give me? Because I bought into the corporation, that means I know Latin. I'm separating from the 85%. I know something everybody else don't know. I know enough to get a corporation. So you go and get a corporation, and now you see, what's the next step? Go and get some credit cards. I can get you some game. You can get $100,000, $200,000. Stop it. Okay, all right, look, baby money is out. Okay, so now look, in here, you say, I want 100,000 shares. I want 1,000,000 shares. Now, what are shares? What are shares? Shares, Old McDonald had a farm. The farm is the corporation. Once on the farm, E-I-E-I-O, he had some cattle, right? Some ducks, some this and that. So they give you these already. You know, like Africa, you're really rich if you got lots and lots of sheep. The more sheep you have, the richer you are, right? I could have 5 wives because I got 10 million sheep. I'm wealthy, right? Well, over here, we ain't playing that. They give them to us. So in here, you can go to corp, you can go get a corp and say, I want 10,000 shares because I'm gonna be issuing a lot of these, right? I want 1,000,000 shares. Now, what is a share? A share represents, let's say, assets. A share represents assets. So in here, you have shares. You can have 10,000 shares, but if when you look at your shares on the new company, your shares have a 0 par value. They're worth nothing. You have to make them worth something. How do you do that? By getting credit cards, lines of credit, buying with that credit. You're buying houses and apartment buildings and real property. Stop going out here and getting all this money. That's fiat money. That's not real money. Money is only gold and silver. So you got to go out and turn that fake money that you get from the bank into real things. Real things. That's why they call it real property, real estate. Cars, houses, those things are real. So this is the game. So now you go in, you have the shares. When you take that money that you get from the bank, nobody tells you, oh, now you can get $100,000. Who's telling you? Now you got to do something with that money because they're going to start charging you. You got every month, you got to pay for that money, right? You don't want them to keep taking the money and you ain't done nothing with it. And after you turn around, the money's gone and you still owe them. and you ain't did nothing with the money. The money is to get the money, work the money, make money, take out some for you, put some aside, and then take money to make more money. Pay the bank, take some for you, and make more money. So now you went out and you bought a house to flip with their money. You put that house in your corporation. Everything goes in your corporation. The car, this ain't my watch. This ain't my Rolex. This Willie Rolex. This Willie suit. Willie said, you need a nice suit. I went to Men's Warehouse. He said, he said, a custom suit. I said, okay, Willie, I get the suit fit me perfect. Measured me up. I'm no different from you. I said, Willie said, you need a tie. I went to go get a tie from him. He said, I went and got a custom made tie. Make me a tie. Make me a shirt. I want the shirt. I don't want to wrinkle all up in the shirt all big. I want the shirt to fit me. Because this Willie shirt. Willie said, you got to look good. You represent me. Willie said, you got to represent me. So I said, okay, Willie, that's Willie's cars. Some of y'all see me out there at these seminars and all that, and y'all show up and my whole crew, 10, 12 people, hopping in 5, 6 Rolls Royces, Cullinans and all that. I ain't no better than you. I just know how to go out and get Willie some cars. All right. So now they give you the shares, but your shares have no value. So it's up to you to know how to build Willie or Wilhelmina and walk in and say, Wilhelmina wants to borrow some money. Who's going to borrow the money? You know, Willie going to borrow the money. Okay. Who's going to pay us back? Willie's going to pay you back. Okay. Well, since you're not giving us any documentation, no doc and stated income. That's how you get your starter money, seed money, credit cards, and lines of credit. I didn't say loans, right? That's next. All right. So now you're going to go in and get this credit cards and lines of credit. Those are easy. Going to the credit unions, the banks, and then we're going to go to the community banks. Bank may be in Florida. Community banks have all the money in the world for little community banks, but they got all the money, but the bank is a little community bank. So I want you to go to credit boards, and I want you to see what community banks are giving all this money today. When you're ready, do that. Now you know what community bank to go to. So after you get the money from the credit unions, then you go to banks, and then you go to the community bank. If they're in Florida and your company is in Texas, your company domiciles, rather lives in Texas. You can't go to community bank because they're in Florida. They only lend to the community, but they got a lot of money. So now you file a foreign filing, $100 foreign filing, and say, now I live in your state. Now I can borrow money from your community bank. Oh, wonderful. Who's going to borrow the money? Willie. Who's going to pay the money back? Willie. You're not giving us any documentation. So who's got the great credit? I do. And I'm going to PG, personally guarantee that Willie gets that Willie pays you back. So let's skip. Let's go to the next slide. All right, enough about me. Y'all know all about me. I'm Derek Whitehead, funded to help politicians, congressmen, entrepreneurs. That's me with Cuttino Mobley, famous ball player. That's me with Shantae Moore. That's me over there with the Secretary of State. That's me with the Kimberly Ellis. She ran for the president of the United States, the Democratic Party. That's me with a senator. Down there is me with a congressman. Down there is me and all of that. All right. All right. You didn't come here to talk about me. I'm ready to teach. I'm ready to teach. Next slide. Came here to teach. All right. So disclaimer, we're not brokers, we're not finders, we're not attorneys, we're not tax people. We're not even funders. We're consultants. And we're here to give you this information because we believe everybody out there is a friend. So this is all from You don't see the slides because we gonna pass all that stuff about me, right? Don't worry about the slide. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't need no slide, right? Today I'm telling you what comes from here to me to you. Okay? So just listen to what I'm saying to you. All right? So now we are consultants. We are not brokers, not finders, not attorneys. We are here because as consultants, and this is from our point of view. And anyone that I have on here, including affiliates or whatever, this is our point of view. All right. And we're here to give you this information because we believe everybody out there is a friend. So I'm continue to give you this information. All right. And I want you to teach your children. If you don't teach your children, I'm talking until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning sometime. If you're not teaching your children or you're not implementing, you're wasting my time, you're wasting your time. I could go ahead and go get something to eat, whatever, you know? So teach your children. All right, so now let's get back to this. What we want to make sure that you go in and hit the credit unions, the banks. After the banks, then you go in and hit the community banks. Once you hit the community banks, now you're going to go to the next level, and then you're going to go buy for $125. You're going to get that corporate book. There's nobody that has lots of money that's a finance person that does not have a corporate book. I bet you Trump has one. Trump got a lot of them. I got a lot of them. Corporate book. Okay, so now you're going to come in with the corporate book. You're going to get the corporate stamp. You're going to get these things called stock symbols, and that's going to be your next level. The first thing you're going to do is when they issue you your monopoly money, let's call it, right? Then that's a debt. That's a debt. So when you go and you get a debt, if the bank lends you $1 million, you got to pay back how much? At 10%. How much? That means you're going to have to pay back about $1,100,000 because that's a debt. This is the next level. The more money you make, the higher you go, the less and the easier it is to get and the less work you do. So now we're at the second level, right? Now we got this thing. Now we can go in and get money from people. We don't pay them back in money. Isn't that something? You don't pay them back in money. And you know you can get money from investors and use that money to pay off the debt that the bank owed, that you owe the bank. Okay, as businessmen, and we are businessmen and businesswomen, when we leave here, I do hair, I drive trucks. No, you don't. What do? I'm a businesswoman, I'm a businessman. I'm a capitalist in a capitalistic society, and I will capitalize on anything that is legal, right? All these fake bank statements, all this fake this and fake. There's no need for that. They set this thing up so sweet where not many people are supposed to know about it, but if you do, sky's the limit because they already made you rich. You think these people came here and made this big, great, beautiful company, made this big, beautiful country so that they can work? They did not come here. So, we came here for religious reasons. We came here so that we could, That's a damn lie. We came here to pray. Beautiful thing, anis, snotty nose, bow leg, slew foot. That's a damn lie. They came here for free land, free labor, and they was not trying to work. What is this called? This is called non-performance income. I don't work. I go get free money, and then I get the money. I get money to do business. I don't do business to get money. That's for all the 85%. Y'all work, right? Right? We go get the money. with this corporation thing that we invented, which is a special purpose entity. Look that up. I'm lying. Look it up. I didn't make it up. Look it up. Money and finance. What did that say? The United States Code. It doesn't say the Derek Whitehead Code. It says the United States Code. From Congress. They made this. They said money and finance. Ain't that what you want? Now, take a good look at this. It says Title 31, annotated money and finance, subsection 101, 3358, volume 1 of 2. That guy don't know what he's talking about. Don't argue with me. Tell the United States Congress. They got it right. They got stuff right here in this book that will blow your mind of how to get them. This is the Monopoly Money Guideline book. All right. So now you want money and you're in finance. There it is. You also want, so once you get the money, now you're going to get commerce. You're going to get houses. You're going to get cars, right? Commerce and trade. Commerce and trade. I didn't make this up. I just spent 30 years reading all this while everybody was, doing what they're doing. I was there, sleep at night, 4 o'clock in the morning, talking about. And now I took the important part that I think are important to give it to you so you can teach your children. That's why I don't have a damn life and I don't have a wife. Because I lost my wife. My wife said, when are we going to go somewhere? I said, babe, I got to get this money. I got to get this money for us. That's why I'm doing it for you. She said, we have enough money. How much money do we need? I said, just a little bit more. She said, I'm leaving you. I cannot live like this. I got to do something. We got all this money. I said, look, I got to get a little bit more. I'm doing this for you. She said, I'm out of here. I said, oh, don't leave me. Don't leave me. Don't leave me, please. And here I am doing the same thing up in the office. All I do is read finance because it's astounding. I find it amazing. We're looking for government cheese. We're looking for Section 8. We're looking for, free health care. Don't hate the game. Don't hate the player. Learn the game and be a player. Unless you're lazy or you ain't ambitious. I'm hungry. I've been hungry. I don't care if I got 100 billion. How much more do you want? There was a man, his name was John Rockefeller. When I was little, and that was like 500,000 years ago, right? But he was on TV, and there was this young girl interviewing him. And this man was the richest man in the world, John Rockefeller. He was old. And the lady said, she was young. She thought she was a slickster, thought she could catch this old man. She said, so Mr. Rockefeller, you have the most money in the world. She said, when are you going to retire? How much more money do you need? And she put the mic in his face. He said, just a little bit more, just about that much more. And I was in shock. I never forgot that. So this is what I'm saying to you. We don't retire. We don't retire. We do this when we sitting in our chair. Well, son, did you get another corporation yet? What's your stocks like? What's your stock shares like? Well, Dad, don't worry about it. What do you mean don't worry about it? That's what we do. We're in that big picture over the fireplace. Who's that? That's Grandpa Johnson. He started this whole thing. Who's that? And all the people around over there hand on the shoulder. Who? That's Grandma Johnson. That's how I got all this. That's what I need you to be. So you have to teach your children. Mr. White, he's preaching again. He's preaching again. But that's why I'm here. I'm here to show you, but also I need you to teach your children. That's your seed, man. They say we're going to be the first generation to not leave their children anything. That's sad. All right. So right here, they already made you rich. When they came here, they said, we're going to devise a way, a system where we can go and get this money off of credit. Credit ain't working. And then we get the money for the credit, fake money, fiat money. The money has not been real since the 1970s. Nixon took the money off the gold standard. It's backed by nothing. All right. So people say, we're going into a new world. Bitcoin is the new world, electronic money. Well, I got news for you. We've been on electronic money. We're just switching to another form of it, Bitcoin. The money we use today is not backed by anything, just like Bitcoin. Okay. Memo. Okay, so now I want you to go in. I want you to understand that inside this, let's look at this just for a second. Let's look at the beginning. And it says, all right. Agency, executive, United States, Department of the Treasury. That's who makes the money, Department of the Treasury. All right. Organization, Department of Treasury, Treasury of the United States, Bureau of Engraving, printing money, printing, minting the money, right? All that stuff. The controller of the currency. You want money? Don't you want to know how money works? How they work in this game? What's over here? This goes on and on and on and on and on. Saving bonds and certificates. Saving bonds. Now, how do we do money? Once we leverage the money, then we get bonds. All money is backed by insurance, leveraging, insurance, and bonds. So get yourself a bond. If you get yourself a bond for $1 million, that bond ain't gonna cost you but about probably $500 a month. A 10-year bond, $500 a month, right? So what are you going to do? You get that bond. Now you can use that bond as collateral for the money you're trying to get from the bank. Because they know in 10 years, you're going to have $1 million. It could be 5 years. It's when the bond matures. That's how they pay basketball players and football players and lottery winners, through bonds. Got it? We need to learn how to work this money, learn this money thing. All right, so let's get back to this real quick. So we walk in, we say, okay, Willie's going to borrow the money, not me, because this is your straw man. Once you go and you get your first level, they say, who's going to, next slide. They say, who's going to pay us back? Willie's going to pay you back. Well, who's going to give us the money? Say, Willie's going to pay. Willie's going to get the money. Who's going to make sure we get paid back? Because you're not giving us any documentation. You're going to say, Willie is going to pay you back, and I'm going to personally guarantee it. All right? So next slide. I'm going to personally guarantee it. So that means you need to be a good PG, personal guarantor. Got it? So what makes a good personal guarantor? I ask people, I say, how's your credit? Say, well, I got an 780. I got an 800. Like, girl, you got an 800? Girl, I got an 810. I didn't ask you what your credit score was, okay? Because we're talking about funding a corporation. You need a FICO. A FICO consists of many, many different types of things, many different things. So let's look at a FICO. What you need is credit, court, fund. You're going to get the credit, get your credit right, and it's not hard to get your credit right, okay? If you want to know how to get some credit right, give us a call. We can give you some tips on that, all right? A good PG is many things. So whatever's on your driver's license is what should be on your credit report. So on your driver's license, it says John Harris. That's what it should be. It should not be John J. Harris. It should not be Harris J. Those are what they call aliases. And we only have about 50 points approximately when you're funding a court. When you're funding personal, they'll take that house back, they'll take that car back. You can go up to like 100 points, just about. But in a corporation, it's only about 50 points. So what you want to do is make sure you don't go down, down, down to a declination. Got it? So to keep yourself up there when you're funding a corporation, we need be a good PG. When they look at your driver's license, it should have one name, not many names. So call them up and say, get those other names off of there. All right? Next thing is go down. You should not have more than one address. Whatever address is on your driver's license, it should be consistent. So you don't want to have, all these different addresses because they're going to say you move around too much. You're unstable and you're going to be down more points. That's why people don't get the money, the loans. I'm not talking credit cards. All right. I'm talking loans. All right. Now, the next thing is whatever, and stop. I'm not going to tell you what to put on there, but if you put on your credit report that you are, let's put it this way. Banks like for you to be in one spot at least 2 years. So you put yourself in there talking about I lived here last month, 6 months. There you go. All right. So I can't tell you what to put on there, but I'm telling you what the bank likes. All right. Next thing is no less than 5 trade lines. Anything less than 5 trade lines, that's going to be what they call a thin file. A thin file. We want it high. We don't want a thin file. The next thing is no more than 3 inquiries. If you have more than 3 inquiries, you're not getting the money. So erase those inquiries. And how are you going to do that? I want you to go in and next thing, stop putting your where you worked at on your credit report. Stop doing that. Because if you put on there that you worked at like McDonald's or whatever, you could be the national representative of McDonald's, right? They don't know that. All they see is McDonald's. And they're going to put you in a category usually. And when you go in that category, McDonald's worker make what, $10, $15 an hour? Something like that. So now, who the hell who the hell is going to lend you $500,000, $200,000, $500,000 because you make $10, $15 an hour? Nobody. All right. So stop putting on here where you worked at, right? And next, stop putting your phone number on there. Get these things off. And another thing is banks tend to lend based on what another bank is giving you. All right. So we want to make sure that we go in and we want to make sure that we have at least a $10,000 trade line. A $10,000 trade line, okay? If we got a $10,000 trade line, then the bank will usually give you $10,000 or more. Now, get this. A lot of people on the internet talking about you get your 80 Paydex. What an 80 Paydex is you have an 800 credit score. A corporation has its own score that's called a Paydex score. Paydex score, it's a person, right? So guess what? If you got an 80 Paydex score, you get what you want. That's what they like. So we have to reach an 80 Paydex. How do you do that? 5 to 8 trade lines on your corporation. on either Experian, Dun and Bradstreet. That's your business credit report. So a lot of people on the internet, they say you could get an 80 Paydex by getting Euroline, go get your Euroline, go get your uh, Office Depot, all that stuff like that, right? So who the hell is going to give you one, two, three, four, $500,000, $1 million from the bank because you got a damn $50 quill? Nobody. Nobody, right? So stop it. All right. Talking about getting all the merchant accounts, right? You get the merchant accounts after you PG and get the big money. Then you go in and fill it out with the merchant accounts because now the bank is going to match all of the good big lines that you have already. Makes sense? So don't do it backwards. All right. You have to be a banker. I understand banking, so don't do it like that. So now the next thing is the corporation is a person. So I want you to have at least a $10,000 trade line, but don't make sure that if you would say, for instance, you say, well, I don't have a $10,000 card or a line. Well, some people say, I don't have 5 trade lines. Well, you can go into Navy Federal, you can do a pledge loan. You could go do a Navy Federal pledge loan. You could put $5,000 in Navy Federal. You could put $1,000, whatever you could afford. If you got 50, put that in there because you're going to get a nice, juicy primary trade line. And then you go put that money in there and borrow against your own money. Tell them, I would like a pledge loan, please. And now you borrow against your own money. Now, in about 3 weeks, you don't have to wait forever. Pay it off with the money that you took out. Don't spend the money. All right, we're building something. So now you pay it off. Now it's going to hit your credit report. Wait for it to hit your credit report. Boom, you got a beautiful bank loan. Now there's levels to loans. There's a credit card, that's your first level. There's a line of credit, right? Loans, that's your second attack. Then there's auto loans, that's your next level. And then of course there's auto loans, and then there's home loans. That's the top. So we want a mixture. But if you don't have a mixture, that doesn't mean that you still can't go in and get this thing done. Work with what you have and build it up from there. All right? All right. So that's the FICO score. Go in. If you have things on your credit, go in and file your FTC report. Once you file your FTC report, go in and shut everybody down. I want you to shut down all these people, these third-party agencies that are going to go in and check to see what's going on with you. So your third-party agencies are going to be, everybody ready? I want some participation in here. All right, so who are we going to shut down? Want to shut down LexisNexis, right? So we're going to go on Google, we're going to go into LexisNexis, and we're going to opt out, and we're going to opt out and shut it down, all right? So we're going to go to who? Clarity, LexisNexis, Enovis, yes? Who else? Enovis. What about CRS? Right? Okay, ARS, there you go. What about PayNet? PayNet is where you hold your inquiries. You want to get inquiries off? Okay. SageStream. What about SageStream? All right. Who else? Who else? Let's some participation here. This ain't the Derek Whitehead show. All right. So we're going to shut all these people down. When we shut them down, all right, MicroBilt. That's a good one. I ain't seen MicroBilt in a while. Thank you, Monty. Check systems. Shut them down. So now when you go in and shut these people down, now they can't see, who giving you credit because they're shut down. But make sure when you go in and shut these people down, you opt out. When you opt out, they're going to send you a letter. When you get that letter, make sure when they send you that letter that you keep that letter because it has a number on it. When that number that you have on there, hold that number because if you lose it, it's going to be hard to get back in. Very hard. And don't forget, a lot of times people go in and they work on their credit and then they put a credit freeze on there and then they put a fraud alert on there. And then they don't opt back in. These are three important things that you need to do. If you go in there to get your credit done and then you try to get a loan and you have an out back in, they can't find you. So you're going to get turned down. If you don't remove your credit freeze when you're working on your credit, if you don't remove your credit freeze and your fraud alerts, then you're not going to get any credit, any money. So go back in and make sure that you opt back in and call them. I'd like to remove any credit freezes and any of that stuff. Now you can go in and get your funding. All right. All right. Next slide. CoreLogic, that's a great one. CoreLogic, excellent. Next slide. All right, so the next thing is we need to learn the structure of the corporation, right? A corporation is not to do business. You don't do business to get money. You get money to do business. Make sense? You don't, this is a special purpose entity. You don't do business and work your behind off to get money. You go get money to do business. Once you get the money, how many people have corporations ain't making no money? Well, it's the monopoly game. Go get some money and now take the money and then hire people to do business or go do your business. That's what this is for. Now, we need to understand the corporation is not to do business. It is not to do business, it is to get money. All right. The structure of the corporation is you have to have the proper structure, right? So let's talk about the 7 structure. So the 7 structure is up here is the C corp. All right. Over here is going to be the holding corp. The holding corp. So you write a letter. Nobody's telling you how to protect your money. You have to protect. Are you going to build a house and have that house, with no windows, no door, no locks, no nothing? That's silly. Nobody on the internet is telling you to protect your money. You must protect your money. All right. Now, when you go in to protect your money, it's the 7 structure. That's what I call it, the 7 structure, right? I didn't make this up, all right? So you got the C Corp right here, not an LLC, right? I got my LL. You got an LLC? I've been had an LLC. Well, if you got an LLC, then watch and see you get no money. All right, so the LL, so I'm going to show you the proper structure with your LLC. So the C Corp is right here. You go in and you have a holding corp. Everything I own belongs to you, holding corp. Write a letter, have it notarized and put it in your book of minutes. Now that's called a corporate veil. Now over here, the holding corp, remember the shares? All the shareholders in the holding corp now go into the trust, either inside the United States jurisdiction or outside the United States. That's called a super veil. That's what big companies do. I teach them all the time, every day, and charge them a lot of money for what I'm teaching you. Now, you go back over to the mama, and down here is called your DBAs. DBAs, doing business as. So you got ABC Corporation, doing business as whatever down here. You can have as many of those as you want, like Walmart, DBAs, like all those companies that have all those, DBAs. Okay. Now, also, never name your company something specific. If you name your company something specific, then you're going to be you may be locked into a SIC code that banks don't lend to. I don't want you to be locked into a SIC code. So what I want you to do is take your pencil and paper, and I want you to write down SIC codes, SIC codes. What's a SIC code? A SIC code is an identification code that banks look at to see if they're going to lend to you or how much you're going to get. So we want the proper SIC code. So SIC code. So let's say, for instance, I'm a truck driver in the transportation industry. So that would be maybe like 1536, truck driver, 4321, transportation industry. That's the SIC code. What you do in the industry you're in. So I need you to go into Google and I want you to look up SIC codes that banks like, because they don't like everything. They don't like restaurants. Restaurants take 2 years to get going. I know. We got a chain of restaurants in San Diego, Homestyle Fish and Chips. right? All right. So they don't like construction. That's dangerous. They don't like, trucks that, what a truck can do on the road. They don't like that. So if you say, well, I'm ABC Trucking, forget about getting the big money. All right. So I want you to go on to Google and I want you to look up SIC codes that banks like and SIC codes banks don't like. And now you know what to not name your company talking, thinking you're gonna get some money. Because this is to get money, but there's rules to it. Those that don't understand the rules don't get the money. Logistics is trucking. Look that up. They don't like trucking. Logistics is usually trucking. They don't like that. So what do they like? They like things like marketing. They like apparel. They like things like consulting. They like look it up, sickos that they like and sickos they don't like, and you know what not to name it. So if you're doing something that they like, that's called a special purpose entity. If you're doing something they don't like, that's called a special purpose vehicle. What do vehicles do? Health and oh, that's beautiful. Health or therapy, that's beautiful. If they don't like, say you're a trucker, they don't like trucks, so your company should be ABC Incorporated or something that doesn't mean anything. And as the DBA underneath is going to be such and such trucking. ABC Incorporated, that means nothing. So you're not locked into a SIC code. And down here is going to be doing business as such and such trucking, whatever they don't like, or your LLC down here. So because you have an LLC don't mean you have to lose it. All right. So what we want to do is we want to understand the LLC, the S Corp, the C Corp, and the nonprofit and the foundation because they never explain these things. That's why we're out there getting these LLCs. That's for protection. That's for like a doctor. Hey, you messed up on the operating table or operating on my dog. Well, I'm gonna sue you. You're not getting nothing from me. I'm an LLC. Or a construction worker, something fell on my head. Maybe I'm suing you. Hey, I'm an LLC, limited liability corporation. You're not getting nothing from me. I'll just scrap that and go get something else. Right? So now let's look at the LLC, right? The LLC is for risky things, just like I explained to you. That's not what they like. So, they always got these on the internet, hello. Let us help you get your LLC. With a few clicks, you'll have your very own LLC right away. And if you don't want any money, get your LLC today. You got your LLC? I've been at an LLC. You don't want no money, right? Okay. So stop listening to all that stuff on the internet. All right. So this is a corporation, and the corporation is a special purpose entity. If they like what you're doing, it's a special purpose entity. If they don't like what you're doing, you get the money with the special purpose entity, and then you drive it to where you want it to go. That's a special purpose vehicle if they don't like what you're doing. Does that make sense? All right. So now the LLC, let's picture some guy, I say this all the time, some guy's talking to a girl. Hey, you know what? We've been talking for a long time. Why don't we exchange numbers? I think we have a lot of synergy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hey, I think we can do a lot of things together. What do you think? Okay. So she pulls out her phone. What's your number? Well, I'm a straight shooter. I'm always doing, I like to tell it like it is. Okay, what you saying? Okay, well, I'm limited. You what? She looking at you like, what you mean you limited? What you talking about, right? So, and I also have liability. All proud with it. Right? What you got an ankle bracelet on your baby mama after you? What you talking about? The liability, right? I forgot I gotta pick up my baby from school. Well, wait a minute, baby. It's 11:30 at night. He in night school. I gotta go. I see you later. Bye, nice meeting you. That's what the bank gonna say to you with your LLC. You get no money or little money because it means limited liability. So who wants limited anything? We got to listen to what it says. All right. All right. So the next thing is the next thing is going to be your S corporation. Hey man, I hit the lottery. I want to put money in your corporation. Hey man, let's break bread. You make money, I make money. Hold on. Hold on. Now, I don't want that capital gain stuff and all that. I just want to invest. I don't want to be a part of your company. I got the perfect company. That's why I got an S corp. That's what an S corp is for. So if you don't have investors, why do you have an S corp? Because nobody explaining it to you. Nobody. I am. All right. So the next thing is a C corp. Woo! Da, 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 da. They love C corps. Why? Because a C corp can take you to the moon. A C Corp can take you to the moon. You can build an Eiffel Tower with a C Corp. All right. So, like I told you, the C Corp, then you get the corporate book, you can go to next level. You can even take your company public. That's a whole nother thing. If you guys want to know something about publicly traded companies, we can help you do that also. We have people that can help do that. All right. We have SEC attorneys. We have just about everything I mentioned we can help you do. But you don't need us. I make enough money in the daytime so where you don't need us. I want you to learn, teach your children. All right? So then you got the nonprofit and the foundation. What's the difference? Real quick, take the red pill or the blue pill. If you get a church, that's a nonprofit. Most churches are nonprofits, right? They gather all the money and then that's it. They build on top of the church and that's that. They do what they do. But a foundation, if a church was a foundation, do you know foundations can actually lend the money like a bank? That's why you have Bill Gates Foundation. And you get a car, and you get a car, you get a car, you get a car. To found a such and such foundation, what they said, like Sesame Street was brought to you by the such and such foundation. Because they know better. Ronald McDonald Foundation, Bill Gates Foundation. Why do they have foundations? Because they know that they can lend money. Say, for instance, you got a foundation and you got all this money. You turn around, maybe your cousin wants to buy an apartment complex. You lend the cousin, let's say even like this, okay? You got Sister Johnson. Everybody knows Sister Johnson in the church, right? In the church. Sister Johnson, the dark-skinned woman, she got that little teeny curly kid spray, all that curly kid spray all in it, right? She's dark with the gold tooth. She got real big. She's fanning herself. She cooked real good. She got that fat arm. She cook good, I married Sister Johnson, right? Everybody, hey man, you going to the mixer? After church, man, they got this mixer, man. They got jazz band. Everybody gonna be there. Nah, bro. Where you going, man? I'm going to Sister Johnson cooking tonight, bro. What? Sister Johnson cooking? Yeah, Sister Johnson. Man, I would marry Sister Johnson, right? I'm going to get 2 plates. That's where I'm going, right? I'll see y'all later. Hey, baby, the greens will be done in a minute. That's okay, Sister Johnson. We just sitting there watching the game. Take your time. That's all right. I'm gonna eat 2 plates and I'm gonna take 2 home. I'm gonna be like this. Sister Johnson wants to borrow money from the church, right? She's in the church. She wants to get a car. She wants to get a house, right? I would marry her, right? Black eyed peas, cornbread, hot water cornbread. Please, right? I like to eat. So first, say if Sister Johnson, unfortunately, some churches are too. Don't start now. Don't start, right? Split peas, right? So look, don't start. All right, look. So Sister Johnson wants to buy a car, right? So if the church was a foundation, they could lend the money like a credit union almost. They could lend the money to Sister Johnson. She could go buy the car. They'll pay her interest. I mean, she'll pay them, the church, interest. Imagine if everybody could borrow money from the church. But nobody's teaching us. Who's teaching us? Nobody, right? All right, so that's the difference between a nonprofit and a foundation. A foundation is like a bank. So you can take the red pill or the blue pill, which one you want to take, right? All right, so that is LLC, S corporation, C corporation, foundation. Structure your corporation the right way. A corporation is not to do business, it is to get money. It is to get money. Now, the next thing is a seasoned age shelf corporation. Some people say, well, how do I get the money? The next thing is a bank does not like rookies. Banks do not lend to rookies. If you walk in the bank talking about, I want to borrow some money, and you're like less than 2.5 tax years. Now, I told somebody before, many people, they always do this. Mr. Whitehead, I got the corporation. It's 15 years old. No. All right. So if you walk in the bank with a corporation that's less than 3 years old or older than 8 or 9 years old, you're not getting the money. All right. Because the bank does not deal with rookies. They don't get any money away to rookies, right? They want to see experience. So if you're going to do real estate, if you're going to get, it's all about the experience. So especially if you're doing real estate, I want everybody doing real estate, I want you to go out and get somebody to put on your corporation that has experience in real estate. Now that helps you get the money from the bank. If you're talking about Turo, you want somebody on there that's done Turo, the bank can see that. See, it's all about the story to the bank. The story is half the battle. Because it's less risk if I know that you've done this before, right? So we want to make sure we got a good story. I got somebody on here that has done real estate, that's done Turo, that's done flipping, whatever. Try to have those people on. You want to bank. Have you ever done flipping? You notice they're always talking to you at the bank. So what's the business do? And they bank, yeah, man. Oh, that's nice. So such and such and such. How long you been doing that? Well, I just started. You just started, huh? Okay. Trash. So the story, make sure you have somebody on your corporation that has some background. So we don't want to go in a corporation in the bank with a corporation that's less than 2.5 tax years. What is a tax year? A tax year is January to April, January to April. That is 2 years that is 1 year, 4 months, 1 year, 4 months. That's 2 years, 8 months. 2 years, 8 months. So you might as well round it off to 3 years, right? So round it off to 3 years. Now, if you walk in there with a corporation that's too old, remember, a corporation that's older than 9 or 10 years, 8 or 9 years actually, that's too old because they're going to say you're not giving us any documentation. You've been around how long? See, a corporation is like dog age. It's 15 years old. That corporation is like 80 years old. So they're going to say, you've been around 80 years. You ain't got no financials. You ain't got no 4506Ts. Those are taxes. You don't have no profit loss statements, nothing, no cars, no buildings, nothing. You a poor business person. You ain't done nothing, right? So we don't want to go over 8 or 9 years. We don't want to go under 3 years. 3 years. And another thing is, everything a corporation has, you need to have. So the corporation is a person. So they walk in and say, what's your address? Well, my address is 15632 Jason Street. What's your corporate address? 15632 Jason Street. Well, that sounds like your poor cousin living on your couch. And, right? They don't like that. So you should have your own address. So a corporation should have an address. But we want to make sure when we get that address, that address is a real address. Because they will look down on Google Maps. I know I taught some of these people. They will look down on Google Maps and look and see this address. This is a post office box. This is a UPS store. So you want a real building that address is in that building, they can look down and see. Next thing they say, okay, what's your phone number? 7779-311. Okay. What's the business phone number? 777 They're saying you either the Times or that's your poor cousin using your phone, right? And I don't like either one. Somebody give me a mirror. Like you get me, you ain't getting no money, right? So you should have its own address, Prince. It should have its own address. It's a person. Got it? Now, the next thing is if you have an age corporation, you should also have an age website. How many people out here have corporations, a brand new website? They're like, you ain't getting no business. You brand new. So your website should have at least should be a old corporation and an old website. That website should have also an age domain name. And you should also have a .com, not a Yahoo. I mean, you know what I mean? Yahoo, Gmail. That's unprofessional. How big can you be with a Yahoo? That's for like personal. You should have a .com. And you should have an age domain name. They can look down on something that's called who is. They can look at who is and see how old your corporate, how old your domain is, how many hits. So if you have a corporation and you haven't had over 40 or 50 hits, and so go into your corporation, just a little extra for you, go in your corporation and look at it 50, 60 times. Now you pass that threshold. See, this is why a lot of people don't get money when they're trying to fund a corporation. They get very little. All right. So you need to have all your stuff in place. The money's free. You just got to have the stuff that goes with it. So you got to know what they want. Got it? Got it? All right. So the next thing is we want to make sure. So a lot of people say, I'm going in, I'm going to get my some authorized users. So that's going to help me out. Well, got news for you. Authorized users, banks don't care nothing about no AUs. What's an authorized user? That's when you're going in and you're putting somebody on your credit, like your son or your sister, your daughter, whoever, to build their credit up. And do you know you can make money off authorized users? Did you know that? Some people say, I don't use credit. Well, you ain't you're in a credit-based society. We're capitalists. That's credit-based society. That why you think the president and everybody live on Capitol Hill? They do all the business on where does the president live? In the Capitol. So you're a capitalist, right? Say, for instance, say they don't give us cards, they don't give us credit. People like us, really, well, they give them to me. They give credit, they give me credit. They give my corporation credit. How they know you Chinese? How they know you one of them Chineses? How they know you Italian? How they know you black? How they know you Spanish? How they know? How they know you Latino? They don't know. This is a corporation you're funding. They give my corporation all day long. I'm no better than you. Why not you? So let's say, for instance, each one of these cards, they usually give you about, you can put 5 people on one credit card, except for like American Express, they've changed up the game, right? So you could put 5 people on one credit card as an authorized user. Do you know if you had one credit card and you charge somebody $500 to go on your credit card and you put 5 people on there, they cannot see your credit. They don't get no card. They can't see nothing. All they're doing is boosting their credit because you have good credit and you're putting them on your card. What's their name? This their name, this their social. Add them to your card. Now, if they paid you $500 times 5 people, that's $2,500 one card. So imagine if you had 10 cards. 10 cards. That's $10,000 a month doing nothing except putting people on your credit cards. And you wonder why these people are living in these high sky rises, high rises, and driving Ferraris and Lamborghinis because they know something you don't know. I don't use credit. Well, what you using? Money played out. So Imagine if you taught your children to go in and just keep getting credit on your personal and start. There's a company that's called B and B, the letter B, the letter N, the letter B, B&B Financial. Look them up. Do you know that they will take your credit cards and find people that want to go into your credit because you have good credit? And they pay you to help build. Maybe they want to get a house. They need a 720, but they had a 710. They need 10 more points. You put them on your credit card, they go over 10, 20 points. There you go. They got the house. They pay you money for putting them on. And the older the cards, the more money. Just tell them Derek Whitehead sent you. All right. That's a little game for you. All right. Now, imagine if you went in and you took a credit card and you swipe. See, I'm a swiper. I'm like Edward Scissorhands, right? I'm swiping, right? So imagine, like my wife used to come in. I come in. Oh, babe, you got carpal tunnel? Yeah, I got carpal tunnel, right? Like somebody's wife, but my wife didn't do it. But but mine got tight carpal tunnel. You say, oh, baby, let me put some heat on your hands. So I come in. I'm like, ow, what's the matter? My arm, my wrist hurt. Why? You've been swiping. Yeah, that's what I do. I'm a swiper. All right. So if I took one credit card and each one of these credit cards was 30,000, my credit cards are more like some of them unlimited, 100,000, like that. But just a basic credit card, your business credit card. So you went in and you took one credit card. Let's say you got what kind of car you like? Mercedes S550. That car's about 125,000. You got the package and everything on it. You say, I want that car. You say, okay, how you going to buy it? You take this card, this card, this card. Let's say you got $50,000 a card. One, two, three. That's 150,000. You go swipe them, take the money off the card, go get yourself a cashier's check, walk in there and say, I want that card right there. You say, how much is it? Well, that's 130,000. No. How much is it? Out the door, cash. I'm a businessman. I don't pay nothing retail. Well, you don't pay cash? That's right. I'll give you $120,000 now, cash. You got to move the card. Well, I don't know. Let me go check it out. Okay, we'll make this deal for 125. Okay, here, I'll take the 125,000. Clean my car. I'm out of here. They're going to send that title of that car. They're going to send that title to the corporation. The corp owns the car and the title. So if the corporation has a problem, guess what? Bye, Willie. But you own the car. Straight out. So would you rather go do it that way, or would you rather go to the bank and go finance it in your name? And now if you mess up, they take all the money that you paid plus the car and take it back. And you sitting there with bad credit and no car outside. Because nobody's teaching. Nobody. Okay. So we go in, right? No video, bad signal. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we can get out of there. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see if we can get it back. And here, and here. There you go. All right, we're back. All right. So somebody out there on TikTok is saying bad signal. They couldn't hear or see. So we went back, and we know everybody out there. We have Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, the Zoom. So we probably have sometimes 2,000 people on here. It's just that you can only see the people on Zoom. But we have a whole whole ton of people, 1,800, 2,000 people sometimes. Today might be about maybe 1,600 people, right? Between all these platforms, okay? So they didn't have the signal. So now what I'm saying is if anybody out there that's on Zoom or TikTok or Instagram or YouTube, you can come into economicmasonry.com, economicmasonry.com, and you can join us here. You can join us on the Zoom, which is live, and we're going to have question and answers. The question and answers is where the real knowledge comes in, because people ask me about things I never thought about anything. I never thought about saying. That's where the real money comes in. The real knowledge comes in. So come in and join economicmasonry.com. And if anything that you want us to help you with, come in and call us at economicmasonry.com. A lot of information is free. Free. So don't sit back and say, well, all that knowledge he gave, that's fine and good, but I don't have the money for this. There's ways you can either get seed money or bring down, you say, my credit cards are too high. There's places that we can send you to that can help you bring down your usage on your credit cards. There's all kinds of ways. I've been doing this 30 years. I got affiliates that will take care of, that can take care of all types of things. All right. So I'm not saying all this stuff so that you can't succeed. All right. All right. So now, let's say you wanted a house. 50,000, 50, 1, 2. How much is the house? 500,000, 3, 4, 500,000. $50,000 on each card. That's each. I go swipe the cards because I'm a swiper, right? I take the money off the cards. I take the money off the cards. I go get a cashier's check, and I go and buy the house cash. I own the house and a car too. You want a Mercedes? Mercedes and a house. Now buy them cash. They're going to send the titles to the house and the car over to the corporation. We own it. Right? Reconveyance letter all the way. All right. So now that we own the house and the car, if something happens to Willie, we want to make sure that we attempt to pay the bank, because the bank is your friend. Do not go out trying to rip off the bank. I got the money. Why get pennies when you can get dollars? If you pay the bank, they will give you more money, more money, more money. So pay the bank. Sometimes your baby ain't as cute as you think it is, right? Maybe you need another month, another 6 months for your company to get going. So the reason companies go out of business, most of them, is because they run out of money. There's no need to run out of money as long as you pay that bill. You must pay the bill. So take some money aside to pay the bill. That's how you keep going. So now you own, and if Willie messes up by chance, because sometimes it don't work out, you say, did you have your baby? Yeah, girl, I had my baby. Oh, let me see the baby. You say, pull it. Girl, he sure looks strong. He looks just like his daddy. Girl, you know his daddy ain't cute. What you trying to say? Sometimes your baby ain't as cute as you think it is, right? So what if your baby come out, your corp ain't working that well? Okay. Bye, Willie. And you go to the car and pull out Leroy. Can you give Leroy some money? They say, oh, you speak Latin, huh? Why would they do that? Because the bank, if you borrow $1,000, the bank has 10,000 on their books. That's why they want to give you the money. This thing was made up so sweet. You just don't know about it. Okay, so you done bought the cars, you done got credit cards, you got all that. You lose the corporation, go get another one. You own the house and the car. You put that in the new corporation. You're bigger than you were by losing. We don't lose. We go a lateral or we go up, upward movement. We don't lose. Reconveyance, baby. I love it. That's right. Reconveyance. That means you own that house. I got a couple of them around here. All right. Because I know how to use credit. These are just credit cards. I got a whole another stack of these in the drawers. I got a stack. Now imagine they don't give us money. They give them to my corporation. They get. Then how they know you black? They don't know you Chinese. They don't know you Mexican, Spanish, Italian. How they know who you are? You funding a corporation. And I want everybody out there to start understanding that in your corporation, you need 3 people on your corp. Stop having 1 person on your corp. You look silly. You got this big company trying to get all this big money. They're like, who's operating it? Only me, that's all. They look at you like you must be crazy. Like, so you got to have at least 3 officers on your corporation, right? President, vice president, secretary, that'll do. All right. Now, also, banks don't like rookies. So you say, Mr. Whitehead, that sounds good. The money's free. Yeah. Okay. And there's levels to this. You can go in and go get this seed money, then go to $1 million. What's your $1 billion? What's your $1 billion? What I'm talking about is getting that what they call micro money. I want us to go to that macro money. So I need you to start thinking, what am I going to do with the money? Because I dare not want you to go get this money, and then turn around and then do nothing with it. You got to know what you're going to do with it. You got to invest, okay? Work that money. They worked you, you got to work it, right? Okay, so go in and work that money, all right? They got you out there working on the job. Go in, get your corporate, and work that money. You're helping them, they're helping you, right? Because you're a friend. IRS is your friend. The IRS ain't my friend. Who do you know that you can go in and give them $30,000 and they give you a tax receipt, and now you can go out and go get $300,000? Go to the bank and say, here's my tax receipt from your buddy, the IRS. We're always avoiding taxes. You shooting yourself in the foot. If you get a nickel, put it in taxes so you can get a higher amount back. So you can say, I got a tax bill. This is how I made my 2 years of taxes. Here you go. And they say, oh, it's soft then. $30,000, let's say, I'm not saying exactly because I can't look at your taxes, but let's say you got 30,000 tax, you made 150 one year, another 200 the next year. Always make more the next year than you made the last year. 2 years of taxes, go in and pay them taxes. You borrow money, pay your taxes, pay your tax bill. When you get the tax bill, you got money, you borrowed money, go pay the bill. Now you can go in and go get yourself much more money, 500,000, $1 million. Who teaching you that on the internet? Pay your damn taxes. We're trying to build something here. We want maximum money, but that's only your micro money. What's your $1 billion deal? You want to know how you get your $1 billion? With that private equity. That's when you go get that next level and go get that book. They're not even teaching you the correct way on the first level. Okay, $100,000. Go, I got game for you. No, we're businessmen. Okay, after we get that little bit of money, I don't want to call it a little bit of money, that starter pistol money, $100,000, $200,000, $300,000, right? We want to go in now and get $500,000, $1 million, $1.5 million. Now, when you do that, you got that kind of money flowing through the bank. Boom. Now you talk about getting that corporate book and say, now I'm going to issue shares because people are going to see my thing is popping. And you want to sit back in your big giant mansion and you don't want to work and you got all these screens up. When you wake up in the morning, you put on your little breakfast jacket and you close your big doors and your maid comes in and gives you your little milk and your juice and your toast with your coffee. And now you turn on all these big computers and you got all these phone lines and you go in and say, okay, so I bought, there's a new company out, AIC, that's you. Buy 125,000 shares in this company. Look like they're doing pretty good. I've seen the synopsis. Look like they're doing good. They got the taxes, they got this, that. Here you go. They invested in you. Stop doing all this investing in everybody else. That's what this is for. We're the biggest giving away our money in the world. Always giving the money away to somebody else. Let somebody give you some. Lay some bread on me. Does that make sense? All right. I know I can be a little hard, a little harsh. I don't mean to be, but I'm passionate about this. I want you to learn this stuff. They should teach you this in high school, but I want to let you know, as nice as I can say this, everybody's not meant to be rich. Did he say that? I said it. Everybody not meant to be rich. Everybody not. Look, somebody are happy. Some people say, I got my Volkswagen, I got my Cadillac, I got my nice house with a picket fence. I'm straight. So you have to decide, are you one of those people? How high do you want to go? Because the bank is there for you. And the investors are out here with billions and billions of dollars trying to invest in you because they did not come here to work. And religious reasons. This is up to the snotty nose, long chin, and big eyes. That's a damn lie. And it came here in free, non-performance income. I sit up in a big giant mansion and I invest. So a lot of people are getting in investing now, always talking about, yeah, see, I'm trading now. I trade. Oh, now you're trading. You're trading who? You're trading money in other people, or are they trading in your company? I'm trading now. We always behind. Us poor workers, us poor workers. And I'm not talking about black and white either. I'm talking, look, white people suffering too. I get a lot of white folks who talk about, I had no idea, Mr. Whitehead. I said, well, I know. You weren't supposed to, because they told me a long time ago, Mr. Whitehead. Yes, sir. Fix your tie. Yes, sir. Have a seat. Yes, sir. Fix your pocket. I don't know what this is all about. Fix your tie. Yes, sir. Yes. The game is to be sold and not told. Yes, sir. You told me that last month. Yes, sir. I understand. You told me that. In fact, you told me that last week, sir. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I understand. Yes. You know how much butt I had to kiss to learn this stuff, to give this to you for free? So if you don't do nothing with it, you don't tell your kids and teach your children, it's a waste of my time and waste of your time and waste of their time. Mr. Whitehead preaching again. All right, so let's go back over here. Get a Season A shelf corporation, because sometimes, banks don't like rookies. So who the hell gonna wait around 3 years before they go and fulfill this that I'm talking about? Who gonna do that? Right? When you could go in and go get same way you can go line up at legal, you know who, and go get your LLC and see yourself no money, and get your brand new company and definitely get no money, and then name yourself for something that they don't like, wrong SIC code, and now you're definitely not getting no money. And stop going in and then do everything right, and then you go in and apply for your EIN number and turn around and they say, what do you do? And you put in there construction, something they don't like. Really? I see this all the time. Wait a minute. You were smart enough not to name yourself in a bad zip code. You were smart enough to get a C corp. You were smart enough to go in and not name yourself something risky with a bad zip code. But then when you went to get your EIN number, they said, "What do you do?" You said construction, uh, transportation, trucking. Are you serious? All right, stop it. We're trying to build, right? So don't do that. All right. Season 8 shelf corporation. There are companies that go in, they will sell you a season 8 shelf like lawyers. They put these companies on the shelf, they put them up there. They know people don't want to wait. Rich folks don't wait. Do you know that some rich folks will go out, they will get themselves like 10 of these age corporations. 10. I got a whole stack of them right here. They will go out and get 10 of these at one time and put a PG on each one of them. And then let's say if it's 300,000, that's pennies. But if you build your company for 300,000 to get credit cards and lines of credit, you need money, right? This is the monopoly game. They issued you money already. So you have 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and one more would be $3 million. You got $3 million. If I want to, tomorrow, I got a stack of these on the shelf. I go to my closet, pull these out and say, I need $3 million. I go to the bank, put PGs on them, fund them at measly 300,000 a piece, which I build mine up to like $1 million. But I mean, I'm just saying. So now you got $3 million. Y'all can't do something with $3 million? If you wanted a $30 million apartment complex, if you put down 3 million, they give you the 30. It's 10%. Maybe it's 20%. So then you get a $15 million complex. You got all this money coming every month from a complex, but you're looking for money. People know that I don't have to wait around for these corporations. And your kids from 18 should constantly be building corporations, building them, putting them on the shelf. So when they need money, they go say, let me go fund this. Let me go fund the Willie. Let me go fund the Leroy. Let me go fund the Wilhelmina. Because that's the game. Got it? So now, a season age shelf corp, what is that? Season age means old. And there's companies out there that sell these things that you probably never knew about, maybe like lawyers, or they get the corporations, age them like fine wine, and then they turn 3 years old, they sell them to you because they know what they're worth. Now, you may say, well, where do I get these from? There's a company out there called Don't Need Us. I give you all the information. You can go do it yourself. There's a company out there called Wholesale Shelf Corporations, right? You can go out there, do your research, and I saw on there a corporation that was season age for 5 years. It was like a $14,000 corporation. Now, I think that's a bit much. We sell them, but I wouldn't sell them for $14,000. But do you know you can't keep them on the shelf? If you look for a corp and you wait another day, that corp's gone. Go check it out. Because who would not spend 14,000 to get 50,000 back? Who wouldn't do that? Who wouldn't pay 14 grand to go get 100, 200, $300,000? I do that. Hey, man, let me hold $14,000, man. Man, let me hold a foot, bro. I'm finna get this court, man. I'm just getting to get this court. I'll give you back 20. When I fund this thing, I give 25 grand. Give me the 14 grand, man. Right? 14, I go fund the daggone thing. They give me 100 minimum in credit cards. They give me 100. They give me back, or say, hey, man, go into business with me. Give me 14 grand, I'll let you go into business with me. Let's go in and make some money. Right? So imagine if you got people together and you brought, say, you got 10 PGs. Put them 10 PGs together, get yourself these corporations, put them together, you got $3 million. You need to learn how to work together. We need to start learning how to work together. Separation is destruction. They have an old saying. Old saying says, if you want to do something fast, go by yourself. If you want to do something, if you want to go long, go with others. Go with a lot of people. You want to go fast, run by yourself. If you want to go long, do it together. What's a PG? A PG, you came in late. A PG is a personal guarantor. You're not going to go in, the bank's not going to give you money with no documentation, stated income, no doc. That's how we're doing it in the beginning. But they're not going to give you no money if you don't have a personal guarantor, a PG. That means I have good credit, so I'm going to guarantee it. I'm going to sign for it. Then I'm going to remove myself, because that's not my credit cards, from that corporation as a PG. If you don't remove yourself after 6 months or a year, right, they're going to ask you for a PG every time you borrow money. Every time. So learn how to remove yourselves, okay? Now, seasoned age shelf corp, seasoned age is seasoned age means old person, right? Seasoned in age, right? The next thing is a shelf corp. So they put it on a shelf and they age it. Never buy a seasoned age shelf corporation that has an EIN number attached to it, because if it does, it could have bad credit. You don't want that. So never, unless you really, really, really trust the person that you're getting it from. Okay? I'm just telling you, all right? All right. So now, you want a corporation, seasoned age, shelf corp, get your own EIN number. You never want it under 3 years. That's 2.5 tax years. A year and 4 months, year and 4 months is 2 years, 8 months. Round it off 3 years. Don't walk in the bank less than 3 years old, or you ain't getting the money, right? Or you're getting the baby money. So never walk into corporate, never get a seasoned age shelf corporation that's older than 8 or 9 years old. If you do 8 or 9 years, guess what? The bank is going to say, I got a guy came to me, Mr. Whitehead, I just got a corporation, 15 years old. I'm going to get some money. I said, I don't know. He said, what you mean? I said, brother, if you're PG in a court, you don't have no documentation, no nothing. They're going to say, wait a minute, you dog age, you're 80 years old. That corporation is dog age. What, you ain't got nothing? You ain't got no kind of documentation, no 4506Ts, taxes, no financials, no nothing? You are a terrible business person, or you up to something. We're not lending you no money. So never go under 3 years, never go over 8 or 9 years. Now, the next thing is when you get these things online, there's something that's called a seasoned age shelf unpublished and published. What's the difference? Published means when you buy it, you find it online, they give you a list of all their corporations online, and you buy it. Do you know the bank can look with a special algorithm and see you just bought that corp online? Yeah, you'd have to be a banker to know that. All right. Oh, there's a whole lot more where this came from. All right. All right. So you want an unpublished corporation. Unpublished means that somebody sent you the corporation, you picked it out from a list to your email, and now you picked it out and you said, I want this one, or this one, and maybe you'll get one because they go quick, right? Rich people know about this stuff, right? I didn't just make this up, right? So pick out 3 from that list. That means that doesn't have any meaning, because you don't want to lock yourself in a SIC code, right? That means you want to mean nothing. Like you ever notice Google doesn't mean anything? You ever notice that Walmart doesn't mean cheap clothes? You ever notice that Apple doesn't mean computers? Sony doesn't mean TVs? Because they're smart. They know better. All right. So I want you to know better and do better. All right. So go in, name your company. You want it ABC Enterprises or pick names like that that don't mean anything. And then as your DBA, you put your company underneath, then that can mean whatever you want it to be. That could be such and such, doing business as such and such trucking, whatever. Got it? All right. So Season Age Shelf Corp, never go under 3 years, over 8 or 9 years. And also unpublished because they can see that. So if we sell your corporation, it's going to be sent to your email. You pick out the list. We send you the list back. You pay for it. Then we send everything back to your email. That's called unpublished corporations. That's what I don't like about a lot of these companies that sell corps online. And are they going to help you? Here's your corp. Bye. How you gonna sell somebody a corp and just say bye, right? We're gonna come in, we're gonna help you in the best way we can to structure that corp, to put the things in there that are necessary, that we feel are necessary to get your self-funding and move to the next level. So you're really not paying for the corp, you're paying for the education, plus you're getting the corp, right? But you don't need us. So I'm giving you everything that I'm thinking of, right? That can help you go do what you need to do. And see, I wish you were here in Atlanta. I can be in Atlanta, set it up where I can come out there. Okay, we have an affiliate program also. Did you know that? Do you know we can go in, if you sell a corporation, we give you $1,000. And all you're doing is selling corp. So why don't I want everybody out there that's listening to this, check this out. You want to make some extra money, right? Go in and send this out to about three people, right? Send this out to about three people, something that I'm talking about. Send it out, say, check this guy out. Take their names down. They go through you. When they come in and buy a corp from me, we give you $1,000 if it's not discounted. That's our affiliate program. Call economicmasonry.com and economicmasonry.com and ask them, say, I'd like to talk about the affiliate program Mr. Derek's talking about. Now, that's not on our website, but I'm telling you, you can go out. Put the word out there. Send this to at least three people. Watch the people come in because everybody wants some money, and we're not talking no junk. Right. We're talking about, just look on our economicmasonry.com at our testimonials. Right. We have Bank of America, we have American Express that when we give seminars, a lot of times they're right there at their tables and on the stage speaking with us. So this is not fake. I didn't make this up. They're speaking with us. So anybody out there that's talking about, well, this is not real, or well, he's fake, then tell American Express we're fake. They're traveling with us, all right? We are now hooked in with 35, I think about 35 banks direct to the bank. This thing that we're talking about here, if you already have a company and you're doing well, or you want to check this out, we have the affiliate, Invest Tank. You may have seen the Shark Tank, Kevin O'Leary on Shark Tank. He has a company called Start Engine. Start Engine is they said about $10.1 billion under management. I said with a B, 10.1 billion under management. All right. We have all the licenses that Shark Tank, that a Start Engine, Kevin O'Leary has, all the same licensing. So you want to go in and get this done? This ain't just talk. I don't tell many people about this. I just try to educate you. But if you want to go in and implement some of these things, we have the licenses. Okay? Derek Whitehead is not just here sitting in his chair just talking. Okay? Just so we know. We have every license in Invest Tank that Kevin O'Leary has. Shark Tank. So we can get this thing done. All right. If you already have a company and you have a great idea, or your company's making $10 million, guess what? Your company's already making money. You want to go to the next level, like be a Google. You want to be $1 billion company. Do you know we have SEC attorney on board? SEC attorney for all compliance. We can take your company public. That's what I do in a day. If I make $3.5 million to take a company public, or $6.5 million, right? In the daytime, if I do 5 of them a month, I'm straight. So you're no threat to me. That's why I can give you this information. You're no threat to me. In the daytime, I'm ready. I'm like the energizer. I'm not playing, right? So I want you to learn this stuff. I want you to know, do you know if you take your company, I just told you about a season 8 shelf court, right? Season 8 shelf corporation. That's how you'll start a pistol. Why wait around? But that's called a shelf corp. Let me tell you something that nobody talks about on the internet. And if they do, tell me who's talking about it. What about a shelf corp? What about a shell? Have you heard about a shell? A shell is where you take your company that you've built properly and you want to make that $1 billion. You take that and you put it into your company into a shell. That's a publicly traded company that some old person said, I'm retiring, or somebody said, I ain't getting along with my people, we're selling it. It's a company that's already publicly traded. That's the highest form of any company in the daggone world, right? Highest valuation. You can put your company in that and twist it. That's called the reverse merger. A shell, that's a whole nother level. And you can be a publicly traded company. Why you always have to look at Google and look at YouTube and all these billion-dollar companies? Some of them started in their garage, but somebody told them and taught them. Now teaching you. There's no excuse why you cannot be Google, Yahoo. Get that 1.5, that billion. What's your billion-dollar idea? Reverse merger. What's your next level underneath that? Private equity. What's your first starter level? Going in and getting that corporation. Boom. This is not a get rich scheme. This is a map. And I didn't make this up. All right. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in and I'm going to get a drink of water. Usually my voice goes out. Sometimes I'm on here. Last time I was on here at 1:30 in the morning. I can't be on until 1:30 in the morning. All right. But we're going to come in. I'm going to get a drink of water. I'm going to come back. My buddy Millen Wynn, he's out in Europe or Spain somewhere. Who knows, right? Trust fund baby, worth about $500 million. He hates me saying that, but it is what it is. Y'all need to know we're on here. We don't need your money. We're going to have question and answers, right? When I come back, and that's where the real money is. So stay in there, economicmainstreet.com, go hop on and ask your questions and whatnot. And if there's something that you want us to help you with, go to economicmainstreet.com and ask the question. Let me find out about my credit. Let me find out if I can get some seed money to get this corporation. Let me find out what I can do. We're there to help. It's free, right? It's free. So I'm giving you everything that I can tell you, and I'm gonna come back for question and answers. All right. So some people say, well, Mr. Whitehead, you're telling us everything and you got question and answers and you answer the questions. So that's just what we need to know. I said, okay, then what? So, but I want you to help me with something. Okay. So if there's something we can help you with, Milton Wynn, my partner, is going to come in here and he's going to tell you about some things, about 5-7 minutes. I'm going to be back for question and answers. Then we're going to wrap it up. Stay for question and answers because that's where the real money is made. All right. So I'll be right back. Thank you guys for being there, hanging there. And I'm going to get me some water. I'll be right back. All right.
Okay, thank you so much, everybody, and I hope you can hear me. Can you please type yes if you can in the chat box? Okay, thank you. So I want to thank Mr. Whitehead for dropping these gems, and I want to thank you as well and congratulate you that you are still here. Because if you're still here, that means after 2 hours and a half, you still haven't gone somewhere. Most of the people are not here, right? But you are. So that means that, in my opinion, you are very ambitious. And that shows that you are someone who, don't play around. You are somebody who get things done. And it shows that you can get this $1 million in corporate funding that Mr. Whitehead was talking about. And so you can grow your business and expand it to probably a multi-million or even a billion-dollar empire, which is totally possible. So before we go to Q&A, real quick, my name is Milan Win, and I'm Mr. Whitehead business partner, and I'll be with you for the next, I would say 10 minutes, and I'll just tell you briefly about something special that we have for you, and that we believe that can help you get that money that he was talking about much faster. And as he said, you don't need us, but if you want someone like us, that are, we're experienced, we know what we are doing, to take you by the hand and guide you through so you can get that money, then I think you will like what we have for you here. So now you've heard Mr. Whitehead, and if you've been paying attention throughout this webinar, and I hope you did, now you know that getting funded with 100, 2, 3, 4, 500,000 or even $1 million is totally possible. And then use this money to scale your business to a multi-million-dollar company. It's not difficult if you know what you're doing, of course. So if you are someone who wants to get this kind of money from the bank so you can invest it and scale it to a multi-million-dollar company and enjoy the lifestyle you've always wanted, we have great news for you. Now, you can get a properly structured and properly built, seasoned, aged, ready for funding shelf corporation that can get you approved for large sums of funding for a fraction of the price other companies sell. And let me just briefly check the chat box. All right, okay. So, this seasoned age ready for funding shelf corporation has been carefully built the exact way the banks want, so you can apply for 100, 2, 3, 4, 500,000 or even 1 million, and then use this money to scale your business and make millions from investments like real estate, and possibly take your business to a billion-dollar company. Why not? It's possible. So if you want to get funded with 100, 2, 3, 4, 500,000 or even 1 million, if you want to use this money to scale your business and enjoy, your success to billions, and you want to get funded within only 12 weeks or less, then this shelf corporation has been seasoned and built specifically for you. So here is what this shelf corporation consists of. First of all, you're getting a shelf corp that is unpublished. It's never sold online before, and banks absolutely love that. It is in good condition. It's in good credit. That's verified. It's ideal age, 48 years old. It's properly built and properly structured, ready to receive $1 million funding. And once you have all of this, all I can say is congrats, enjoy your money. So how much do these shell corporations cost? right? So you can check how much they sell similar shelf corporations on the internet. You can find them at about $20,000 to $30,000, right? And they sell like cupcakes. Why? Well, simply because they can get you thousands and possibly millions in funding. And, I'm not talking about, 1 or 2 year old corporation or published corporation that has been sold online previously, which, there are some corporations that you can find, but they have been sold before and or with bad credit or not built properly or not properly structured or not ready for funding. I'm not talking about this kind of a corporation. I'm talking about a delicious spread on the bread that is called a miracle. Just kidding, but I'm talking about a corp on the highest caliber that can get you approved for, solid funding. Who doesn't want to pay 20,000 and get, or 30,000 to get 200,000 back or 400,000 or more, anyone would do that. Well, there is a problem, and the problem is not all of these corporations you can find online are ready for funding or fundable at all, right? Why? Well, simply because some of them are not only poorly structured, are not only published, previously sold, which is a big no-no to the banks, but can also have bad credit, which is, and if you don't know how to check that, you can lose your money, and nobody wants that. On top of that, once you buy the corporation from these companies, you are out the door, because, not many people know that even, let's say you find a decent seasoned age shelf corporation, which it hasn't been sold, ideal age, whatever it is, but you still need to do some building steps, after you have acquired it. But these companies, most of them, not all of them, I don't know all of them. I'm just saying you have to be careful. Some of them, they will not show you, they will not guide you, they will not build it for you, they will not prepare it for funding, they will not advise you, nothing. You just buy the corp and goodbye, right? You will be on your way, right? But with us, it's a completely different story. We will hold you by the hand and show you how to complete the building process of this corporation after you have acquired it. So some banks can even beg you to give you more funding, So now you're probably asking yourself, okay, I want to know how much for all this value. Fair enough, but before I reveal to you the final price, let's go over the corp really quickly so you can understand the colossal benefits of what you're going to be getting here. So you're getting a seasoned age shelf corporation that has been aged like a fine wine, and banks love that. This is $14,997 value. It's properly built and properly structured, ready to receive the business funding. $5,997 value, unpublished, never sold online. This is a must-have. $3,997 value. Doesn't have bad credit, and banks absolutely require that in order for them to give you the funding. $2,997 value. It's ideal age, 48 years old. Really important, $2,997 value. But wait, that's not all. Plus, we will hold you by the hand and tell you exactly what you need to do to complete the process and have it ready for funding in less than 12 weeks. This is $3,997 value. And we will also teach you where to get a proper physical business address for the corp, because the corp, remember, Mr. Whitehead said, it's a person, it's an entity, so it's gotta have an address. If you have an address where you live, it's gotta have an address too, right? We'll show you all these things. This is $347 value, and we will also teach you, how to get a proper phone number for the corp, because it's gotta have a phone number if it's a business entity, right? So they can give you the funding, $347 value. And we will also acquire and build for you a professional corporate website with an H2 domain that the banks absolutely require nowadays, because we are 2024, we are not 1997. Everybody's got a website. If you have a website, if any business person has got a website, the corporation's got to have a website too, but it's a specific website done in a specific way If you don't know how to do that, you will not get the funding. So we will absolutely do that for you. This is $797 value. We will also list your corporation and the correct business listings. Banks will check before they make a decision of how much money they're gonna give you. So this is $197 value, and we will set your DUNS and or Experian number to $297 value, and we will tell you the ideal SIC and NITS codes. Mr. Whitehead was talking about this in the webinar. That will get you approved even faster. And all of these steps are absolutely essential for you to get the funding you need so you can scale your business real fast. And if you screw even one of these steps, if you screw even one of them, you will be denied, faster than a heartbeat. And if you don't know how to correct it, it's going to be even worse. And you may even become blacklisted and not be able to get funding in the future. Nobody wants that. So just be careful. If you want to do these steps on your own, that's fine. You can, totally do that. But I'm just telling you, please don't just repeat these mistakes and go apply. And because the banks will punish you in a way that they know. It's so. If I were you, I would take this very seriously, and because considering that this can be your future and the one of your family, probably, right? So this makes a total value of the corp of $37,264 so far. But wait, there is more, because we want you to succeed even faster. We have prepared something really, really special for you today. And this is on top of everything else, because you are on this webinar right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. So when you get your seasoned age Shelf Corporation today, you're also going to receive the full 360 CEO Economic Mastery Masterclass Coaching Program, which we have developed completely free, which usually sells for $4,000. And, you can look upon the corporation you're going to get as getting a fish. You eat for a day, you get the funding, but look upon this program like learning how to fish. You eat for a lifetime. And when you combine the two, this will be, in my opinion, right, my humble opinion, the holy grail of success, which many of our students experience. So now let me tell you briefly about this program, just like 2 minutes, and I'm done. This program consists of 4 main modules, and in this program you're gonna get live access and support. And these are 4 modules. In these modules, we're gonna teach you, first of all, in module 1. We will teach you how to be a good PG for your corporation. What is a good PG? Mr. Whitehead talked about in this webinar. A good PG means a personal guarantor. And when you go to the bank and ask for business funding through your corporation, you're not gonna go there and ask for measly 20,000 or 30,000 of personal credit. You're gonna go with the corp. And let's call that corporation a Willie, and they will ask you, who's going to guarantee that Willie is going to pay us back, right? And you're going to say, I am, because I am a personal guarantor. But a good personal guarantor has to have good credit and good FICO. So here, we're going to teach you how you can have a good credit and good FICO, so you can be an excellent PG and have much greater chance to get more business funding with your Shelf Corporation. And this is $2,997 value. Let me just look up the comments. And okay, still here. Thank you so much. That's great. I'm just 2 minutes out, right? I'm not gonna hold you for long. Mr. Whitehead will continue with Q&A after I'm done. So module 2, and this module we're gonna teach you how to build and structure your corporation properly, so the banks fall in love with it and want to give you even more business funding. So you're gonna get all of this with the corp, but if you wanna learn how to do that also, and possibly you can sell this info for a lot of money, you can totally do that. That's fun. This is $3,997 value. And then module 3 is going to be about funding, and you can learn how to ask for funding and with your corporation and anybody's corporation for that matter. And this is $2,997 value. And now in module 4, well, after you have gotten the business funding, it's very important for you to learn how to grow and multiply it, because otherwise you could lose it. So the $1 billion, or rather $1 billion question is how do you do that, right? And that's what this module is all about. Here we'll show you some amazing real estate investment opportunities so you can grow your portfolio. And the fact is that 75% of all millionaires and billionaires in America exist because of real estate, right? That's why they call them the landlord, lord of the land. And if you control the land, you control what? You control everything, basically. And this module is worth a minimum of $9,997 value. But today, when you get your Shelf Corporation, you're also gonna get this module included with it for additionally. So, oh, you thought that I was done, didn't you? Not so fast. When you order your Shelf Corp today, you're also gonna receive direct access to the man, to the myth, to the legend, Mr. Whitehead himself, and to his team of savvy consultants, and ask them any questions you want. And some people pay $39,997 just to be in a room with them for an hour. But today, when you get your Shelf Corp, you're also going to get direct live Zoom access to him and his team, so you can get personalized help immediately. So this makes a total value now of $97,249. Look, we're not going to charge you $97,249 today. We could, totally we could, because of the enormous value this opportunity represents. But let me ask you a question. Do you think that after getting you're ready for funding Seasoned Age Shelf Corporation, and after learning all of these high financial step-by-step secrets Mr. Whitehead will teach you in this program, do you really think that after all of this would be possible for you to get the funding you need and scale it and invest it so you can enjoy a lifestyle of comfort, fun, and financial freedom? Yes, I think so too, because it's possible, totally possible. Other people do it. If we can do it, you can also do it. We have nothing special. We just know some things that you didn't know before, but now you know it, and there is no excuse. So you've seen the value of this webinar, but that's just, the tip of the iceberg. That's nothing. I don't know about you, but I would trade $97,249 for such an amazing opportunity all day long, every day. I would do that. So we're not going to charge you $97,249. We're not going to even charge you $50,000, not even $20,000. When you order your Shelf Corp today, before the end of this webinar, the price for the Seasoned Age Shelf Corporation plus the whole 360 program that includes credit, corporation funding, and real estate, plus access to Mr. Whitehead and his team, will be only $12,997. And we're doing this because we want to help you get the business funding you need and scale your business to a multi-million-dollar company, and possibly take your company public and become financially free. But only today, just because you are on this webinar, and I appreciate it so much, you will get it for only $11,997. And we are doing this, as I said, because we want you to succeed and become financially free, because the more people succeed, the more we succeed. It's a mutual benefit. It's not just one side benefit. It's a mutual. If we succeed, you succeed. When you succeed, also with us, and we succeed, you succeed. It's a double side benefit. So here is what you need to do next. Just click the link in the chat and book a call with our team. They'll help you with any questions you may have, and we'll assist you and facilitate the purchase for you and give you different options that are custom to your own situation. Just ask away. No one is left behind. Listen, this is a great offer. Lots of people are going to take us on this for obvious reasons. It's simply an amazing value, but it will not be available for long. This is a special price right now for everyone who is attending this webinar. I want you to know that this is not going to be available to the general public, and you cannot get this discount if you come back, let's say, in the next few days and possibly in the next few hours. So click the link in the chat, book a call, and just, get the corp and just start enjoying your wealth, enjoy your life, get the funding, scale your business, and then have fun, get a nice car, buy a mansion, go to a vacation, just do whatever you want to do. I don't know. I will leave this to your own imagination because once you do this, the sky will be your limit. Now I'm gonna give the microphone, back to Mr. Whitehead for Q&As. Go ahead, get the fully built ready for Funny Cage Corporation, and I'll see you at the top. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Now we want to open up for question and answers. What we want to do is we want to start from female to male, female to male. We want to ask one question. One question. And let's see. Can you open up everybody's mic, please?
Working on it, Mr. Derek.
Hey. All right. Who's the lady? What's your name? Where you from? Don't give me the background. Just give me one question. If you try to ask two questions, I'm gonna say, okay, just one question. All right. Let's see. Is there a lady? It's a female. What's your question?
Yes, hello. My name is Aaron Ramsey. I wanted to know, I have an LLC, I have two, but I have one that is probably about 5 years old, and it's pretty much brand new. I want to figure out how to get funding, but I haven't. I have the EIN, but I don't have. It's not registered with the state. So how does that affect me if I do not have that already done? Like what would be my next step, or what would be my map to getting to your level?
What do you mean that it's not, you have a company not registered with the state?
So I registered. To kind of go in detail, just a little. I trusted someone to create a company for me. They told me, okay, I can help you. I know how to do it. I'll register it, create a name. So I have an EIN. I've had the EIN for it's actually been about 7 years now. And I've had the EIN, and I thought I was registered with the state. I never knew. When you have someone else help you, you never know what they do and what they actually do. So I never knew. They never told me the steps. And I went to look for my LLC. It's not there. It's non-existent.
Wow. Sorry.
So I have an EIN, but no LLC, nothing registered with the state. So I'm just trying to figure out what to do with it, since the EIN has been existing for this many years, but with the state, it's like I'm a ghost.
They probably using your information.
Yeah, something not right.
Right.
Okay.
It's not mute.
Okay, can you Rachel, take her number, a name, number, email address, and then say corporate filing. And I'll have somebody call you, because that sounds
Yes, sir.
weird. Okay? That sounds
Thank
really
you,
strange.
sir.
You're welcome. Let's see. All right. How about Scott Clark? What's your question, brother?
Dr. Whitehead, sir, yes. Hey, the question is that when you were talking about setting up, once we have our corp and we set up our business account, let's say I bought a corp here 2 months ago, but a corp was established in like 2016. When talking to the banker, and they ask, when did you set up your business or your corp? Do I tell them I just set this up a couple months ago, or well, because they'll be able to see it in the articles and corporation that it started in 2016. How should I deal with the bankers? Because I don't want them to think that I'm a new person.
And that is your corporation started in 2016. It's not your corporation, it's the corporation.
Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So a corporation was started in 2016. You have a company, I could have had a company since 1919, and I wasn't around in 1919. But that doesn't mean I can't be the CEO on the corp now. What about Sears? What about some of these companies that have been around for like forever?
Mhm.
You know, the original people are gone, right? But now new people are CEOs. You're
Right.
allowed to do that. So it's not a
Okay.
question when your company was started. It's a question of when the company was started. You got to use the right language.
Okay. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Thank you for that clarity. I really appreciate it, sir. Appreciate you, man.
All right, you're welcome, brother. All right, a lady. What's next, lady? Let's see if we can run through these. Sherry Thomas, what's your question, sister? Did we just talk to Sherry?
Hello, how are you?
Hello, how are you? God got me up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I am intrigued. I have 13 businesses or corporations. Two are nonprofits that are organically aged. I didn't know about any of this, so I appreciate the information. My question is, one of the nonprofits is a sorority, and I was intrigued when you told me that, or told us that it will be better to have it as a foundation. So is it possible to turn the sorority, which that is a nonprofit, into a foundation, or do I just have to start all the way back over?
Take down your name and number, and I have somebody contact you. Your name, number, and email, and say foundation.
Okay, where would you like for me to submit that?
Rachel there that's going to take information down. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Enjoy your day.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, sir. Enjoy your day.
Okay, Peyton Group Inc. What's your question, brother? Peyton Group, what's your question, brother? Okay. iPhone, what's your question?
iPhone.
You have
So
to
is this
unmute your mics.
Yes, sir. iPhone is a man too. This man, Abdul Malik, I spoke with you once before, and I didn't really have the question like I wanted to. So let me see if I can answer it to him. Get it really quick. It had to do with the incorporation of a business like Facebook. Excuse me, that's a social networking platform. And what was the question? So when I incorporate, I'm not sure if I need a seasoned corporation for an entity like this. Does it still, like, will a Facebook have done that? And, when I'm incorporating with the shares, I remember Facebook, I'm just following what they did, Twitter and all them. They went after venture capitalists, so that's what I was thinking to do. But from what you're saying, that sounds right as well. But when I incorporate it,
Okay.
following
Ask me
how,
place it in a question.
right, that's what
How
that's what I'm trying to do. So would it be better to incorporate and how do I do the when I incorporate? Is it best to do like for shares of stock? You know, Facebook have been the guy Mark Zuckerberg. He was giving people thousands of shares, and when he went public, all these people became multi-millionaires and things of that nature. Is it possible to do my company? Should I do the company that way as a C corp, with or without the age corporation? Should I just start it from scratch? I think is what I need to know. And do I do all those billions of corporation and give people interest in a company that way at the beginning? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Does that make sense?
Yeah, you asked a bunch of questions, but your corporation should not be it should not be a baby, because nobody wants to
Okay.
deal with a baby that has no experience.
Okay.
60% of anything you do is going to be based on experience. So if you don't have the experience, you need somebody on your corporation that has the experience. That helps. It's all about this. It's all about the story, right? And the next thing is banks don't like rookies. So you should be at least 3 years old. I try to express that. Even if you get a government contract, the government gives you better contracts based on how old you are. You got a brand new company to give you, you don't get us, to me, the best contracts, you know. So,
Okay.
so as far as
So
equity in your company, if you don't have a C corporation, then how are you going to give equity? Because a C corporation has shareholders. A LLC has managers.
mm,
So that's why you can't do things with a LLC that you can do with a C. A C can go to build the Empire State Building.
right.
Now,
Okay.
so you have a company that's new.
Yes, I'm gonna be incorporating it. So yeah, it'll be fair. Yeah. So I didn't know if this applies for this type of a situation, what you were saying, as far as not getting to still, because what you just said about the rookies and companies don't like that. But is it the same for venture capitalists? I think is what I wanted to know. Because again, trying to follow, I wanted to come to you when I got ready to structure it, as you say, do the structure, set it up, and then go to venture capitalists, because that's how they did it. Or do you think you know what I'm saying? I didn't know which way to go. Do I need to call you? Because there's a lot there, I guess.
Exactly how you did it, but you first have to build a company. You can't ask me questions about something you're not there yet. You
Okay.
can't ask me about driving a car across country and you don't have a car yet. We kind of put in the court. You need to first address the things priority. You first need a corporation before you can start talking about giving out shares or equity in your company. You first need a company. So I would go and
Right.
get my C corporation and then get it structured right, and then go get some kind of credit in it so that you'll have something. Who wants to invest in a company that has nothing? What if you get in
Okay.
trouble? They won't know, well, you got anything that can help you get out of trouble? And it's easy to go build, get yourself some trade lines and things like that. That's easy. But you first need to get a company. You got to get this party started.
Right. So don't incorporate with any shares then?
When you incorporate, they're going to ask you how many shares do you want.
Right.
I told you, you're already a millionaire. This is Monopoly. The only difference in this game is Monopoly, they give you a certain amount. In this game, you ask whatever what you want, but you got to know how to use them. They're not going to teach you none of that. So
Okay.
if you get the season age shelf corp, then of course somebody has already bought that corporation, put it on the shelf. So you can't pick the name. You pick from a couple of names you might like, but they've already picked those names. Secondly, they've already asked and requested for how many shares they want. So you're going to pick a company that's going to already have shares. The shares are not going to be worth anything because they didn't do anything with it. Has no EIN number. It's up to you. It's up to you to go in and say, I'm going to ask for more shares. They give you more. I want to build up the company this way or whatever. But they give you all the tools you need. It's like the kid it's like a kid in the with a bunch of toys in the room. What toy, what toy you want to play with? That they gave it to you.
Okay. I think I need to
You know?
call yeah, okay.
It's kind of like they drop the electric car off, on Christmas for you to have your kid drive. So you go in and you say, guess what I got you? They say, what, Dad, what you got? Say, I got you a new electric car and it goes 20 miles an hour. Really? And then they get up on Christmas and they go in there in the living room looking for their car and it's all in parts. You got the car, build it. So like, oh man, wait a minute. So you say, here's a screwdriver, here's some stuff, everything's there for you. Well, wouldn't it help if you had somebody that said, you know what? Now I'm going to sit down here with you also, son or daughter, and I'm going to help you build this car.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
think that's
So you need to know how to build it. So I'm telling you how to build it. You need to get yourself a seasoned corporation. If you don't have an old one already, then fine, you don't need it. But then go get yourself one. Why wait around? So get yourself a Stephen A. Shelf Corp, and then pick a name that doesn't mean anything. And then after that, go in and build it. You need an address, you need a phone number, you need a website, you need a domain name, right? Get the bells and whistles where we tell you where to go and get it, right? Then you go in and get yourself make sure your credit is tight. If you need that, we can direct you to somebody that just work on that I think do pretty well. Get your thing tight. Then Cred Corp Fund, credit corporation, fund it. Once you fund it, now you have some money flowing through the corp. Now you got some money flowing through the corp. We want to always make sure that we file some taxes so we can keep on getting some money. I can't tell you what to do, but I can tell you that I filed my taxes. So you take it from there. Now you got that together. You go and get some bigger money. Now you're talking about, I'm gonna go in and order this corporate book. It's $125. Now I'm gonna go to the next level. I'm going in now, I'm gonna get $1 million, $500,000, $1 million, 1.5. Now you go and start doing some business. I don't know what you want to do. You got to do something with the money, real estate, Turo, Airbnb. I don't know what you're going to do. Pick something and work that money. Once you work that money, now you say, look, I need money from investors. I go and get the corporate book. Now I got this thing called the stock certificate. Go to the next level. If you need help doing that, we have InvestTank that has every license, right? We're not out here just talking, right? We have all the licenses, right? Right now we're helping Ronald Isley. We're not just talking. We're helping Ronald Isley. We're helping numerous people that you know, right? So if you need help on that, then give us a call and we can help you go to that level. We got a Securities Exchange Commission. You say, I want to take this company public. We got a Security Exchange Commission attorney on board. If you want to go and do some real estate, you want to go in and say, I want to go in and do some land purchase. I want to do some do some development. I want to be a developer. Think big. Maybe I want to do some flipping, right? We are hooked up with 35 banks directly. We are the bank. We're hooked up with the bank. We're not just talking. So you want to come in and do that flip and you want to do land purchase, we are now hooked up with the banks. We also have American Express and a bunch of other ones that travel with us. If we do seminars, they're right there with us. So we can handle whatever you're trying to do, but you need to start somewhere first. You need to start somewhere, get your corporation in place, build it, and then go to the next level, next level. Talking about going public before you even have a company is really not beneficial. It's not in place. So if you want to know anything else, just give us a call. It's free. We can call up economicmasonry.com, economicmasonry.com. Any of these areas you want to go through. We want to be the company. We are the company that in finance, just about anything you want to do, we're here. We can do it. You want to go in and get your, we can send you to somebody, get your credit tight. We can send you go out. You want to get your corporation season 8 shelf. We can help you do that. You can even make payments. I want you to succeed. You want to go in and say, you already have a bunch of money. I got 10 trucks. Why not have 500 trucks, 1,000 trucks on that road? We got banks, direct with banks that will do that for you. We are direct now. I spent hours and hours and hours over the last 4 months of classes crash to be able to go. All right. So take advantage of it. Now you want to go in, get that done. Now you want to go to the next level. I want to do private equity. I want people to invest in me and pay off that loan that you got with the bank with this thing. It doesn't get better than that. You can pay off all the bank lends you $1 million. You can raise funds and pay off the debt with this. And you don't owe anybody any money. This is not a debt. This ain't a debt. We need to start learning this stuff. Don't think that it's, well, I can't get it. I didn't get it yet. Every time you hear this, you will become more and more savvy and you will get it. You will understand it. Repetition.
Was that a bond or something?
A bond? What
No,
did
the paper that you just held up. I'm sorry. No, I've been listening, but I'm driving Uber at the same time doing this Democratic convention back and forth. So I'm sorry, I wasn't able to look at the things you were saying. I was just listening mostly. I'm sorry about that.
That's good. Don't be sorry. That's what I'm here for. If you are working, driving back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, that means you're hungry. That's why I'm here. All right. So what this is, and I commend you for that, brother. You're doing your thing. You out doing what you got to do. So with that kind of mentality, you will make it. You on here now. Everybody that's on here right now, this is no mistake. Everybody's not meant to be rich. We came on here. Everybody is on here now. I came from someplace. Everybody came from someplace. All will be on here right now. And we will never get this minute back again. Never. So I commend you, brother, for hopping on, working, and trying to learn. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So that's
Yes, sir. I picked a lady up from the airport and was driving her home. And I gave her your information before I found out about the affiliate programs because she was listening to what you were saying and she was interested. So I gave all your information. It's all good. Yeah.
That's all right. Tell me more. If you got people on Instagram, TikTok, WhatsApp, most of these people have social media. I don't know why you're not. Hey, if you like this, then post it out to 3 more people out there and start getting people and saying, listen, come through me. I will shift. I'll take your names down and you go get a corporation. I give you $1,000. And that helps you get your corporation for yourself.
Yes, sir. Okay. I'll call too, brother. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so now you asked about this. This is what they call, when you get the corporation, your next level after you hit the banks and all that, now your next level is going to get the corporate book. It's $125 about. Order it online, the corporate kit. That's your move. You get that, now you're ready for the bigger money. And they give you these things. Just like they give you shares in a corporation, they give them to you. There's no excuse. We're always complaining that they left us, that they ain't giving us, they ain't doing this, they ain't doing that. If I was an alien and I came down here, I would observe look, my planet blew up. But on my planet, we could turn ourselves into anybody we want. We can look like whoever we want. And we can also fit into Earth. So we go there. Me and about 10 people on my ship. We say, I'm going to Earth. We got the same air, we got the same everything. Okay. You have a choice. You have a choice. Do I want to be? Let me look at these people over here. These people over here are poor. They don't have any money. And the people over here got the corporations, they got all the money. Let me see. Who do I want to be around? Who am I going to turn into? I think I'm going over here with these people with this money. Now, it seems like everybody with all the money on this planet have corporations. And it seems like all the people who don't have money, talk about Section 8 and government cheese and working every day, they got 5 hours a day for themselves. All the rest is sleeping and working and eating. Who do I want to hang around? Who do I want to be? Let me see. That's a hard decision. That's a hard decision, huh? Wasn't for me. I examined this thing. I said, wait a minute now. All the people poor talk about, you need to help us, you rich people. The hell with that. Why I want to be rich. I'm asking you need to help me. Go get a corporation and be rich. Don't hate the game. Don't hate the player. Be a player and learn the game. It's as simple as that. I mean, I don't mean to be, I get a little, ash about it. I'll calm it down. Okay. This is the next level. This is called a stock certificate. They're giving it to you. You just are like the kids sitting in there in the house with talking about, I got a car, but it ain't put together. And the kids riding around their cars. You don't have a car. Yes, I do. It's just not put together. Well, I'm putting it together for you. You already got the car. They give you this. When you order the corporate book, they give you these things. Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. The corporation is the farm. You are Old MacDonald. The corporation is the farm. E-I-E-I-O. And on the farm, he had some ducks and some chickens and some stock. I'm talking about cattle. I'm not talking about a stock certificate. So he had some shares. The shares are the stock, the cattle. They give you the cattle. You just got to make the cattle worth something. So you can go to the bank and borrow money, and now your shares are worth something. The shares are the cattle. E-I-E-I-O. So Old MacDonald got a farm, corporation, and then they gave you shares in the article right here. They gave you shares. How many do you ask for? Now, those shares are assets. Those are the assets. If you have a house, you went to the bank, you borrowed money, we get money to do business with this. They invented this whole thing. We got this corporation, C Corp, not an LLC. LLC is for the rookie. Or no money. So the C Corp is the monster. They're not going to teach you this. It's to get money. So now you take Old MacDonald, got a farm, got a corporation, walked it into the bank and said, Leroy Corporation, not me, needs some credit cards or needs some lines of credit. They give Leroy some lines of credit. Now the shares have value if you buy a house and flip the house, or you do some cars and making money off the cars. Now, Old McDonald Farm, the shares have value because you're making money. The more money you're making, the more valuable your company is. They're giving you the shares, they're giving you, the bank is there. Now, once you do good in that, now you go buy the corporate book and they give you these things so that you can go out and tell people, I'm Old McDonald, I got a farm and my farm is doing good because my shares have value because I went and built it properly and got some credit and I'm working this thing. So you want to invest in me? Yes, you pull out these things, $125, and you get as many as you ask for. They're giving you this stuff. So what is this? Old McDonald had a farm. That's the corporation, EIEIO. They gave you the shares so you can go to the bank and have those shares be valuable by moving the money that they lent you, somebody else's money. And now somebody can invest in you. You're going to give them this with a private placement memorandum, a transfer agent to transfer them and keep the log, and a pitch deck. And there's people that raise the money for you. This don't get no better than this. Now you say, what is this? This represents, when I give this to somebody, they give me their green money for my stock certificate paper. Their paper for my paper, so I can grow. What they're taking, this represents on my farm, my shares are worth money. Let's call them cows. I give you this, you can buy a piece of my cow, an ear, a leg. If you buy enough of them, you can buy the whole damn cow. If you buy enough of them, how many you want? You can buy you can buy a cow and a chicken on my farm, McDonald's farm, in the corporation. The more you buy of these, the more money I have to grow. Now I can have 10,000 trucks. The more of these you give out to people, that's what they call volume. The more stock certificates that you give out, that creates volume. Volume makes your company worth more and more and more money the more of these you give out. That's volume. Like a balloon blowing up more and more has volume in it. Now, you got so much volume till your company is banging and very attractive. Now you say, you know what? I know Google. You mentioned Google, YouTube, Yahoo, all these people. They started out in the garage, some of these people. But they knew how to take their company and say, I have volume. I am growing. I'm going to go public. I'm going to be able to issue these. These are issued to private people. This is called private equity. Private equity to invest in Old McDonald's farm, right?
Yes.
I go public. Now I'm giving out these to the entire world can invest in me. Like Google is a publicly traded company. It's no longer private. First, they raised this stuff to get bigger. Now they went public. So that means people in China, people in France, people all over the world can invest in your company on a publicly traded market. NASDAQ, NASDAQ. Stop doing all that pink slips baby money. Any stocks. Go big or go home. And we have an SEC attorney that can help you do that. You want to go to the top? We got it. You want to go and do this part, private equity? We have every license on board that Kevin O'Leary on Shark Tank, all of them, every license they have, we have. You're in good hands with Allstate.
I see. Yes, sir. Right on, brother.
Right.
I got you. Yeah, I got you. Thank you.
Understand it's beginning, middle, and top. Do you understand now?
Yes, sir.
Who's going to
Yes,
teach you
sir.
all this on the internet for free?
For free. I hit it.
Nobody.
Nobody.
Nobody. All right, brother. So I'm proud of you, man. You are doing your thing and you're learning, still learning, and back and forth driving. You the bomb. You're going to make it.
Yes, sir. I got to. I got grandchildren. Thank you, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Me too.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right. So let's have a sister. Christine, what's your question, sister? Okay, Christine, what's your question? You have to open your mics. Can you open everybody's mic, please?
Is Christian Siwa?
Okay,
Hello?
Christian.
Oh, I was like,
Okay,
Hello?
Christian.
oh,
Okay.
Christian is alone.
Is there a lady? We go from male to be female. Is there a lady?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. What's your question?
My question is, can you hear me?
Yes, what's your name, where you're from, and what's your question?
Okay,
One
my
question.
name is Karen Gray, and I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada. So I wasn't expecting all of this with the webinar tonight. So I don't even understand I understand some of it because my son has a business and I'm a hairstylist.
You're what? You're what?
I am a hairstylist and my son has a business called Ripe Life
Okay.
in
I don't know if
Rockville.
you were here. I don't know if you were here earlier,
Uh-huh.
but we are capitalists. We are businessmen and businesswomen. You don't do
Yes.
hair. You don't do nails. What do you do? I
I'm a
do nails.
businesswoman.
No, you're a businesswoman, a
I'm a
capitalist
businesswoman.
that will capitalize on anything that makes sense, that will bring capital that I can capitalize on, and that is legal. If somebody
Yes.
come to you with a deal, you're not gonna just say, well, that ain't hair, that's all I do. No, you got something you got something I can capitalize on? Let's
Yes.
go. The United States of America, those people, they do business on Capitol Hill. Ain't that right?
Yes.
And also do business and they live in the Capitol.
Yes.
Do something. So are you. They're no better than you.
Okay, well, I need to know if I was actually communicating with you or someone from your team. Shortly after I signed up, someone did reach out to me on Messenger and through WhatsApp for the cryptocurrency.
No, we don't. We have 250 people or more so far acting like me.
Yes,
I
and I'm
don't
a
do cryptocurrency. I don't take any money from you on the internet. I don't do crypto. I don't do insurance. I don't do any of that. I don't have no problem with that, but I don't do that. And I'm not going to take any money. So beware of these people taking my information, acting like me.
Yes.
This is
And it's
going way out. It's up to 250 people now on
Yes.
every platform. So I don't know why if I'm teaching for free, why would people go and try to connive people and rip them off?
Yes.
And they're taking pennies instead of dollars.
Well, I got ripped off then because I definitely gave up that money in my Cash App on my Bitcoin. I just figured I technically only lost $50. I didn't give it because it's been there forever. So it was up to like 100 and something. But I only invested $50 to get up to that 100 and something. So I don't feel too bad, but
that's a big investment.
Yes.
That's a big return.
But yeah, then he called back for more. He's like, you got to do 500 in order to get the money. And I'm just like, no, I'm getting ready to go to the webinar so I can talk to Mr. White.
Whitehead. So first of all, it is a lot. I have nothing against electronic money, crypto money, or any of that, right? If you're savvy, you're good at it. But can you say that I can put $10,000 in Bitcoin, and I know for certain in 6 months, I'm going to have 50,000, 100,000. Can you truly say that?
No.
If you go and you have a corporation and your credit is decent, 98%, you can say in 6 months, I'll have 100, 200, maybe 300, $400,000.
Okay.
So which red pill or blue pill? They've been doing this since before dollar bills, before crypto, before any of that. They've been doing corporations forever.
Okay.
Forever.
I linked my son with you as well. I hope that he's on this webinar because all the stuff you were mentioning about the corporation and a lot of the stuff that you mentioned, he was talking about those things with his business. But what I do know, I don't think he did them in order, because he got the thing with the seal and all of that, and he had us listed as the, I don't know, what do you call him, the secretary and the chief of whatever and blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so you're talking two different things. So first thing is the corporation, you have to have 3 officers.
Yes.
And president, vice president, secretary. So he put you on there as officers. You don't own it. You just run it. You take, smell, touch, and feel and taste for the company. It's a person. It can't do that on its own. So he put you on there as an officer in the Secretary of State. Now he also ordered the corporate book. But what is he doing with the corporate book?
Well, he's struggling. That's why
that's like having a bunch of mechanic tools, but really don't know what they're for. And most people don't know what they're for. So is he doing a corporate raise? Why does he have the corporate book?
I don't think he had the corporate book. I didn't see that.
Well,
the corporate book was.
You said he had the book, so I misunderstood. I
well, I don't know. It was like 3 of them for all 3 of us, and it came with a seal. My book didn't make it. I moved back to Vegas from Illinois, and one of my boxes disappeared out of my Jeep with all of my personal stuff in it, and that was something, a lot of. But anywho, I don't think I'm ready yet. I am working with my cousin because I'm trying to open up a salon, and he said that I can get this PPE. I don't know, the PPE loan, or whatever it's called. I just needed to find a place.
How you get the PPP loan and you don't have a company yet?
Because I've been a hairstylist for over 30 years, and I've been self-employed for that time as well.
Self-employed, but do you have a company?
No.
So how are you paying taxes? You're
I pay
self-employed.
taxes every year. I've been
Okay.
paying taxes for the whole,
What's the
I've been
name of
a stylist since 1989. I've paid my taxes every single year on my
what's the
business.
name of your company?
What is the name of my company? It's just Hair by Karen.
Hair by Karen. And
Mhm.
who are you registered with? Are you the sole proprietor?
Yes. No.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay. So if you're a sole proprietor, you're using yourself. So if something happens, you burn somebody's head, they sue you, they suing you. They taking everything you got. Plus, they do not give you as much money or credit or anything as much as they will give a corporation because you got to eat, sleep, rest. A
For all
corporation,
that money.
the corporation doesn't have to do any of that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's part of the system. It's a part of the good old boys and good old girls system. So if you don't have a corp, you can't do none of the things that I've been mentioning to you.
Well, I can get the corp though, right?
You can get the corp and start doing things the right way.
Okay.
They give the corp a lot more money than they give you because you're the 85%. You're a worker.
I
You
am, and I'm tired, Mr. White. Mr. Whitehead, I'm tired.
You don't have a business. What you have is a license to do business. You're
Yes.
working under your own self. You're a soul. Soul is Latin for person, you. Sole proprietor. So you don't have a business. You have a license to do business in a fictitious name. Fictitious means not real.
Ain't that a trip?
So your mother never birthed a business. She birthed a person, and you're using you. They own you. So you got to have your own corp. Like the United States has its own corp. The president says, you bombed such and such, you go on to jail. He said, I didn't do that. United States of America did that. United States is a corporation out of Delaware. It's a business. That's why they live on Capitol Hill. It's a capitalistic society, a business. That's why businessmen do so well when they're elected president rather than politicians. Because this is a business. I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I'm an independent. I mean, so I don't know which way or another. I'm just saying this is a business. You can only have a business if you purchase a business. A corporation is a business. It's a person, corpse, body. It's a person like a corpse, a dead thing that you bring to life.
Yes.
And you don't own it. You just help it taste, touch, smell, hear, and feel, because that paper that they made a person can't do that on its own. You're just an officer.
Correct.
So you need to do things the right way, and then you'll see yourself growing. You've been doing this for 30 years. What have you built a company? No, you have not built a company.
No, I have not. I have not, and it's shameful to say.
It's not shameful. It's better late than never, right? Some people Some people learn late, and some people never learn. You ain't one of the people that never learned.
Okay.
So you can call economicmasonry.com, ask them where you're at whenever you're ready. They'll tell
Hold on,
you
I gotta
whatever.
write that down. Wait a minute. Wait. You said economic what?
Economicmasonry.com. Can you paste that number up here in the chat, Rachel? The number that they need to call. Put that number up there, and you can call this number that she's putting up there. And whenever you're ready, no rush,
Okay.
All right.
I'm looking for the number in the chat. I don't see it.
She's going to put it up there.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your question, sister. All right. How about who's next? I think we already talked to Peyton. How about Anton? What's your question, brother? Anton, what's your question, brother? Okay, how about
I apologize, Mr. Whitehead. The question that I have, I'm a inventor, and I started a corporation a number of years ago, and actually got into discussions with General Motors and a couple other auto manufacturers, and things kind of went south. I got as far as getting my corporate books, the PPM, and at that time, you know, it was kind of hard to find anybody to give any advice in regards to being able to raise the money after getting my corporate books and whatnot.
Do me a favor. Pose it in a question. How do I?
Okay, how do I get back onto that project and get these funds raised to finish that discussion with GM?
Put your name in the chat. Rachel, can you put the number up there? Rachel, you there?
I'm here, Mr. Derek. I'm here.
Can you put the number up there?
I put in the number. Just scroll up. There's a number over there.
Okay, keep putting the number up there so people can see where they need to call. What I want you to do, brother, is put your name in the chat, and then your name, your number, and your email, and I want you to say private equity.
Yes, sir. Okay, will do.
All right, now I'll have somebody reach out to you when I feel it.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, brother. Sister Annette. Amonette?
Amaret. Hi there. How are you?
Hi, how are you? God got you up.
I love it. I'm in California, and I've been coming to your to these Tuesday, Thursday meetups, and I'm just like absorbing everything. It's so powerful. I just love the energy, and I'm getting so much from you. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. And I have a couple of one quick question. What I want to know is, will my perfect business credit, like I have the 80 Paydex and I think like a 87 business experience. Will those transfer? They're in with my S Corp now, but will those scores transfer to my C Corp when I put it under my C Corp as a DBA?
Yeah, that will give your corporation a lot of value if you have that.
Okay. Yes, I do.
Put your name and number in the chat. Rachel, take down her name and number and put in there California funding, so I can remember who it is. California funding. All right.
Okay. I'm teaching my 8-year-olds listening to all of this. He's here every Tuesday and Thursday too, listening.
Just made my day now.
Say hi. He wants to say hi.
Hi, Dick Whitehead.
Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm new. I've been seeing you all the time on videos.
Oh, wow. Are you a businessman?
Yep.
That's what I'm That's what I'm talking about. All right. Gonna take it to the next level.
Yeah, right.
That's right. What's your name?
Aylin.
Aylin. That's a nice name. That's a good business name too.
Yep, keep it in your memory.
Ooh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Woo-hoo.
Nice talking to you, man.
All right, go someone else now.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Man, that something else. He said, keep it in your memory. Woo!
He means it too.
I know, I bet he does. I bet he does. Congratulations to you. That's if you teach your children today, you'll be surprised at the things that children learn. They don't second guess like us. They don't second, they say, oh, okay, I get it. They pick it up just like that.
Yeah, they do.
By the time he gets 16 years old, he'll be taking companies public.
That's the plan. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about too. I want to see.
We're gonna show them, right? We're gonna show you taking companies public. Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
Yo,
Right, guy. Huh?
I just said see you later, yo.
Okay. All right. I'll see you next time. Next time,
Okay,
I'm gonna
waiting for you.
wait a minute.
Okay.
Next time, I'm going to ask you a few questions, okay?
Yep.
All right.
Bye, dear Whitehead.
Mr. Derek
Bye-bye.
Whitehead.
All right.
Oh, he's a dog.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we'll have somebody reach out to you, sister.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Isn't that something? That's what I'm talking about. That's why I do this. That's why I do this. Let's see. Monty, my man Monty, what's your question?
The kid's so wild. He's so young.
Believe him?
Right? He's coming for you here in a decade.
Coming for you, bro. In a decade, you'll be like, yeah, okay, I got something to teach you.
Yeah, my name's Monty from Indianapolis. I was curious about because I was wanting to PG several corporations at the same time. So I'm wondering, ideally, how many corporations can one individual PG at the same time?
Well, you can PG a few of them, but not the same banks.
Yeah, I already got that. Like same thing. I was like thinking about oh, that probably caused some complications with lending issues. But so like initially I was thinking about having like mama and then having like 3 DBAs and funding up all 4 of them at the same time. Would that be possible without having risk?
I don't know, maybe 3, but you got to get rid of those inquiries.
Yeah. I was figuring like maybe like do them off like maybe like 1 a day kind of thing, and then get on like or having the mama get that funded and then have like the 3 DBAs underneath it and do like 1 a day kind of thing.
Yeah, just get the inquiries off and you can go right in and go to, but not the same banks because they're going to have you in the system, which I'm not saying, pull one over on the bank. I'm just telling you I'm just telling you the facts. What they're going to have you in the system. They're going to say, well, okay, didn't we lend something to you already?
I gotcha. So pretty much what you're saying is making sure that they're from banks from different bureaus then, so they don't communicate between the bureaus, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying fraud the bank in any way. I'm saying is that it's your right to apply for any bank that you want, right?
Right.
There you go.
All right. Appreciate it. Makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, another lady. Let's see if we can wrap this up.
Yes, Barbara Bryant.
Barbara, yes. What's your question? Where you from?
Yeah.
Which
California. I'm from
Okay,
California.
okay.
Yes, I've already received my article and my good standing letter on August the 2nd. And then I received another email that said I would receive, I guess, forms to sign, but I never received those forms, whatever that is.
You received the articles.
Yes, and good standing letter.
what
Yes,
you
it's
have
the email.
Now what you have to do is get your registered agent form. The registered agent form is when you put your officers on that form, pick out 3 officers, fill that out, and send that back. So now they can go in and put that in, the attorneys can put that in to the Secretary of State. So your information will be in there as the officers on that corp. So if you haven't gotten that yet, then call that number and tell them, I have not gotten that yet.
Okay, so is that from the original one that I sent in? Because that was what I did first, correct? I did that from the,
You have a registered agent form?
yes, that was, Tosh, I had been sent that in and that was taken care of. Isn't that the way that I received my articles and my good standing letters from Economic Mastery, the company?
No, when you purchase the corporation, you get articles and a good standing letter.
Yeah, but I did, okay, yeah, so I did do the other process and everything.
So you sent in.
Yeah, and I signed, yeah, yes, and I signed that, all that's done. And then after that was done, then August the 2nd is when I received my good standing letter and articles. But then after that, I received another email saying that I would receive some forms to sign. And I haven't received whatever those forms was. It didn't say which forms, but I did it step by step by step. So I know that I'm in order with the steps. I just didn't know which forms I was waiting on, so I didn't move forward on anything else.
So
And I
did you
didn't see anything.
Did you call Tosh, the person that's going back and forth in the email, sending you stuff?
No, I haven't called her. I was just
That's the
waiting
person
for,
to call.
yeah, okay, I will call her. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, have a good night.
you too. And let me know if you don't get that taken care of. I'll be back on here.
Okay, yes, so I should be anytime soon. The website should be, coming up and everything. So I didn't know what that email was about, but thank you. I'll call Tosh.
There's a number up there, like a question and answers number. You have that, Rachel, that number?
What number, Mr. Derek? Sorry.
The inquiry number, the question and answers number.
Oh yeah, I do have. I'm gonna post it now.
Okay, thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Let's see. All right, Peyton Group, what's your question, brother?
Good evening, Mr. Whitehead. I just wanted to say thank you. It's not even a question. I just wanted to say thank you. I had to step away briefly. I had an issue for my mom, but thank you for sharing this valuable information. I feel very empowered. I turned 60 this year, and my goal is to make my first million by 61. And you're providing me with the information that I need to do that. And my goal is to learn this process and then go back to our community and empower our families and our community to do the same thing. All these different gimmicks to make money we see on the internet now. And to me, you speak from the most sound place. And it's good to see someone represent that suit of armor that's needed to do this business. So it's good to see someone in the suit and tie game understanding what this really represents. So thank you for representing the business the way it should be. And thank you for taking the time to share this valuable information with us. I will be back at the next webinar on the 27th to, again, practice makes perfect. So thank you so much, Mr. Whitehead.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much, brother. That means a lot to me. I want you to succeed. And I want you to teach your children and also go back to the community. What I'm trying to do here is start a nice little blanket fire. All right. And the bank is your friend. The bank is a lending institution. It's not a hold your money institution. Too many of us go in on Friday, and that's okay too. There's room for everybody. Everybody's not meant to be rich, all right? But those that aspire to do that, this is the land of milk and honey, I'm telling you. But they're just not telling you where the honey tree is. So we go in, and we teach our children, and we go back to the community and we teach our community. Then this that I'm doing should start should start a wave. And the procurers of this wave are us right here now. This is the beginning of the wave. Everybody may not learn this, but imagine if you were to tell a few people on all your sites about this, it would spread. And that's my goal, is to spread. And at 60 years old, you could have $5 million in a year. I mean, it's just money from the bank. The more they lend you, 9 times that amount they have. And then at night, they take that money and they trade it on platforms and they make $1 trillion trades. So giving you $1 million is pennies. Pennies. So I want to thank you for your question, but actually not the question, but your statement. And that's why I do this. And thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Whitehead, can I ask while you were speaking, I just got one question. I wanted to start my corporation by calling it the Patton Group, but I'm concerned because that's our last name. And I know that you spoke about the zip codes, and we want to be in the business of consulting, but also the business of helping people access money. Is that a problem using my last name as the corp?
No, because it doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
It means something to you, but when people see that, it's not saying the Patton truck driving school, LLC, the Patton something they don't like, C Corp, whatever. The Patton Group, what does that mean? Like they may think if it's spelt like patents, they may think that. But that's pretty broad also. I don't see that being a problem.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Whitehead. I'm looking forward to this webinar on the 27th. And again, thank you. You're a huge inspiration. It's amazing how this information is being shared to our community and how long we went without knowing this. Well, the majority of our community went without knowing this. And here you're taking your time to educate us and get us prepared for the next generation within our family and within our community. So again, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Very welcome. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I live for this stuff. I live for people saying that. Thank you, especially the babies coming on. That's like, man, what a night. It's one night. So thank you so much. All right. Let's see, a lady kind of threw me off a little bit there. Let's see. What is the lady? And lady out there have a question. All right, we're bringing it down. What about Lamb? What's your question? Lamb, Lam.
Mr. Whitehead, how are you?
How are you? Good, good. Got me up, brother.
Great job, Mr. Whitehead. Just to piggyback on what my brother said, the guy who just spoke, thank you again. Thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you for sharing this very valuable information with us. I'm at the point where I'm almost regretting going to college and spending all that money in business school because what's the point of it, right? I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you would expect to learn in business school and never learned a thing remotely close to it. But anyhow, thank God for someone like you who decides to come forward and teach people, teach community, and teach folks who will in turn teach their children. So thank you once again. Excellent job. Just have one question.
Yeah.
So in 2019, just before the COVID outbreak, I established two LLCs, and they went dormant over the years because of my obligations overseas. I never really paid attention to them, got EIN numbers for them and all that, but never really did anything. So I'm back now, and I'm prepared to activate them once again, and get things started. listening to your program tonight truly inspired me because I mean the difference between you and everything that I heard tonight and all the stuff that I hear on a regular basis on the internet is like day and night. All right. And so it's easy to separate the sheep from the goats here. And you're the real deal. And I thank God that, you know, I finally came across a true mentor. So I just want to pick your brain. I may have to call into your office just to find out whether with the two corporations, whether you're able to guide me through the process of getting up to all that you've described, even through the process of switching from the LLC to C corporation and all that, and to still get the funding. I don't know what you recommend, but I'm prepared to follow suit. I mean, you know, whatever recommendations you make, I'm prepared to follow. The Shelf Corporation option sounds good, but I'm just thinking because I already have two LLCs that are 5 years old now. So what would you recommend in this case?
I would say going in and get some seed money. If you don't have money right now to get the corporation to do it the right way, if you build a house on 6 inches of concrete, then the lady comes and says, he says, I want to build a second story. She said, no, you can't. Says, why not, honey? Well, because you should have built it on 12 inches. It won't hold 2 stories. So we need to see so it can build the Empire State Building. You need 40 feet to build the Empire State Building, right? So you don't want to do things and then have to tear it down and go back and do it all over. So that's where the C Corp comes in. You're not going to find Google or Yahoo or any of those people with an LLC. Those are going to be DBAs, LLCs. If you see them, they're going to be DBAs. There's going to be a Mama Corp. There's going to be a C Corp. They want to be able to take that thing to the public, or publicly traded or high as they can go. So I would say you could take those corporations, get them structured properly, then go on and get some seed money. Then you get your seed money, then build your foundation. It's Cred Corp Fund. Credit Corporation Fund.
Okay.
Right? So seed money. You gotta have some seed money, right? And you get some foundation capital to build your company right. Foundation. Gotta be a good foundation. Then springboard funding. Springboard funding. Seed, foundation, springboard. So take that company, build it up properly, call that number and ask them, you know, if you can go on and get some seed money on those corporations.
Okay.
There's all kinds of ways, more ways than one than to skin a cat, you know.
Well said, sir. Thank you so kindly.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
All right. You're welcome. All right, Titus Jacobs, what's your question, brother?
How you doing, Mr. Whitehead? I was basically kind of listening to you. I appreciate you taking out this time for us. My question is, given the fact that I'm already operating in a state already, which is Oklahoma, and I'm trying to I don't want to say franchise, but I'm trying to take my business to other states. And so, with that being said, do you think I need to restructure?
You want to put it in other countries? You want to put the corporation in other states?
In other states. So we provide like therapy services. And so we're actually providing we're actually going into South Carolina. I already requested OPM, so I have like 250,000 like startup. But my question is, should I restructure? I have a registered agent.
Do you have a C?
No, so we essentially just started as a LLC. So do I need to just go ahead and just, because I'm already You know,
You
we're
need
already
proper
starting up.
structure. You need to have a proper structure. You need to see, I don't know how best to say it. C corporation, protected, holding corp, trust.
Yes, sir.
Holding corp, which is your protection, write a letter to it. Everything we own belongs to you. That's a veil. You probably heard this before, a corporate veil.
Yes,
Super
sir.
veil, big company. You want to be big one day, so I mean, so now you have a trust. Put that into the trust, inside, outside the United States. That's your protection. 7, go down to 7, and your DBAs. So you want to have in every state a different company in every state. Why all these different companies? Because if you're in Texas and in Florida, if the Florida company goes bad, it doesn't affect the Texas company. And if a lot of these go bad, it still does not affect the mama. The mama is the thing you're borrowing the money and driving that money down to the DBAs.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
Makes sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
Hey, thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Proper structure will take us a long ways. Let's see. Charles Moon. What's your question? Brother Charles. Hayden, what's your question, brother? Hayden.
Oh, hey, Mr. Whitehead.
Okay, sorry, Charles. What's your question? Then we'll go to Hayden.
Oh, is that me?
Yes, Charles. What's your question, brother?
Oh, hi. I asked you about the SPAC, fundraising about SPAC last time, but this time it's a simple question. What's the difference between a subsidiary and a DBA?
A subsidiary. A DBA is doing business as, right? A subsidiary is more like a family of business, something that's not it's kind of like a DBA, pretty much the same thing, really.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I was confused about. And
That's what they call a family of businesses.
okay. So basically, when subsidiary does a business for the holding company, that's considered as a DBA.
The holding company is for protection. The
Uh-huh.
C Corp, the DBA is under the C Corp.
Oh, okay.
Anything going down is growth. Anything going the top is safety.
Oh, I see.
So the subsidiary, we're ABC Incorporated and our subsidiaries. That's another way for saying they don't want to say DBAs. That doesn't sound fancy enough.
Oh, I see. Am I allowed to ask one more question, one more simple question, or?
We can't do that, brother. I'm sorry. We
Oh, okay. I'll just ask next time then.
you have to move. What's your question, brother?
Oh, actually, I believe that there are 3 ways to go on a public for the company. One is with the SPAC, what I know, and an IPO, I know, but the final one is a direct listing. What is direct listing? Because not many countries has the system. What's a direct listing?
Did you call Mark?
Well, actually, Mark, I never got the number.
You never got the number. Okay.
Yes, I left my number, but nobody called for SPAC. Yeah.
Okay. Put your number in there, and because I believe Mark was online, and you had a number of questions to ask. So put your name in the Rachel, can you take his name and number and email down, and then say Mark?
Sure, Mr. Derek.
So I leave my number and email and my name, sir?
Yes, and I'll have Mark reach out to you. See, you have a number of questions.
Oh, thank you. Because I was in a private equity business. I was in the industry, and I started out as an investment banker in early career. and so I'm starting back up in a USA. So, detailed systems are a little different. I pretty much understand most of the things that you try to lecture us, but like individual country has a little different systems in a detail. So I need to be localized a little bit. So that's why I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, so you need compliance.
Uh-huh.
You may understand a lot of these things, but no matter how much you understand, you always need compliance. You need
Okay.
an SEC attorney that can keep you in compliance, and you also need there's a certain regulations, Reg D, 504, 506 is A plus, non-solicitation, solicitation. You need to know exactly what you're doing, and we do have a lot of the licenses with our structure to be able to implement a lot of the stuff you're talking about.
I try so hard to contact you, but I actually never could have. Just said you're really hard to get hold of, Mr. Whitehead. I know you're super busy, but
Well, I'm not nobody's that busy where they can't say hello. Nobody's all of that.
Every time I call you guys for the HL Corporation, I kept on asking for detailed questions so I could buy it and get it started. But most of your representatives couldn't answer my question. Just that they're not you, and
They're asking questions about private equity or something.
Oh,
like that.
no. It wasn't about the private equity. It was about just a little detail about the structures. It's just that they're not you. I mean, they were really polite and they were nice, but it's just that they couldn't answer me properly. That's why I asked if I could. Excuse me?
What questions did you have?
Oh, it was a whole bunch of on a list. It's just I cannot ask you right now. It's too many. Yeah, it's starting with the taxation problem. So
Taxation?
yeah,
Well, we don't worry. Donald Trump doesn't worry about taxes, and he makes billions of dollars. Anybody that's making a lot of money, they're worrying about double taxation because of the corporation and because of the you're taxing you and the corporation. But who cares? That's why we have an accountant. We stay in our job is to grow the company, and our accountant's job is to keep us in compliant and hold us down, right? Do it.
Yeah, that's true.
Stay in his lane. So Donald Trump went in, he made $20 billion. They finally got his taxes out of him. And now I believe that was just for this country. All right. And they said, how is it that you paid $75,000 in taxes? He's not worried about taxes. Warren Buffett's not worried about taxes. Sony, none of these corporations are worried about taxes. They're worried about turning a profit, and we stay in our lanes, and we get and we don't make a lot of money as the employee of the company, right? We put the money back into the business, and we drive the corporation's car. We wear the corporation's watch. So all this capital gains, that's on a lot of it's on the corporation. It's not, it's transferred in that area. So a lot of people get what they call LLCs because they don't want to pay taxes or double taxation. But where's all of your taxation if you don't make any money?
Yeah, that's true.
And an LLC, that's a pass-through where they combine you and the corp's taxes and do it as one. But that doesn't help you when you want that tax receipt. Pay that tax receipt, not going to get 60% of whatever that tax receipt reflects. More money, more money. It's very good to pay taxes.
That's true. Thank you. Thanks for your information. And yeah, I do have a whole bunch of questions. I need to contact you guys. So I just left my number and an email.
Okay,
And
what's your next question? What's your next question?
Oh, my next question? Oh,
This
okay.
way
Thank you.
everybody can learn.
Oh, okay. All right. So reason I asked about the accounting problem is just that all right, when you get a funded from a C Corp, when you pass it down to the subsidiary, like LLC or any type of entity, to invest or pass down the money, I mean, from my knowledge, there's a couple of forms that you could pass it down. Like one is like, as a revenue or investment or lending. Like,
Why are you worried? Why are you worried about that? That's a tax person's issue.
Oh, because
But first of all, if you have a DBA, the DBA is going to have the EIN number, share the EIN number with the mama.
So if you share the EIN number with the mama, then they could just pass it down any time without a restriction?
Those are depending on what you're doing, depending on when you're filing your taxes, are you filing quarterly? This is something for questions for your CPA. You should have a CPA that you ask tax questions to.
Oh, okay. Do you guys have a CPA on a CPA or enrolled agent specialist on your team?
Well, we're not brokers, we're not finders, we are not attorneys, we're none of that. What we do is we send you to affiliates that can that we think are pretty smart, that can help you out.
Oh, that was my question. That was what I was asking. Yeah.
Okay, so call that number and put in there Mark.
Yes, I wrote Mark at the end. I wrote my name, email, and my number, and I say Mark on the bottom.
Got it.
Yes, and is there any way that I could reach you, Mr. Whitehead? I mean, email or like any
You got me right now. What's your question?
Oh, I asked most of the question that I needed for today. So, I'm just asking just in case,
Okay. Well, I'm always here for you. I'm on here Tuesdays and Thursdays free.
Oh yeah, and I'm always on. And
if you talk to me personally in the daytime, believe it or not, they pay me $10,000 to $20,000 consultation.
I believe so.
That's what I do in the day. Right. But this is night. This is for you. This is for you guys. This is free.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your service and thanks for your knowledge.
You're welcome.
And are you ever planning on opening up a seminar, offline like last time? Because last time I missed it due to the urgent international work trip. So
you mean doing another seminar?
Yes. The last time you guys did it in Miami, right? I mean,
yeah, I'm doing seminars constantly. I just left the National Black Chamber to representatives of Zimbabwe and the mayor and the new incumbent and tons of huge business people out in Chicago. And we had a grand time. I spoke for 2 days. I just left Chicago. Maybe that was 2 weeks ago. Now we'll be going to, I believe at the end of the month, we'll be going to LA. We're doing something for Ronald Isley, but they are a part of the liquor store unions. So I'll be speaking there. I went to speak to New York at the liquor store unions about 6 months ago. I'll be going in New York, LA, speaking to the liquor store unions the end of the month. Then after that, we got something they want me to come out and speak in Chicago. We were in Peoria. I'll be going to Chicago. They're putting something on out there for the there's a lawyer, Robert. He's the attorney for Elon Musk. He's the attorney for Elon Musk, and he's putting together a bunch of sports people, basketball players, football players, and so I'll go out there and speak to them. We're doing that all the time. I was out in I spoke on the platform with Stephen A. Smith, Matt Barnes. On the other side was Gayle King, and people like that were on stage, and I spoke out there. That was in but that was all online. It's Derek Whitehead, the business coach. Stephen A. Smith argues with the business coach, Derek Whitehead. That was all over the internet, you know. I basically say, stay in your lane. You know, I'm a businessman. You're an entertainer, right? So, you know, I don't agree with you. I don't agree. Well, what do you agree with? Well, I don't agree. You know, basketball players have money. They should have more money. They should have more money, right?
Yeah.
So he says, you know, so they put all over the internet. Stephen A. Smith argues with Derek Whitehead, the business, you know, superior business coach, financial. But we do seminars all the time. Yeah, we be doing, that's one of the reasons it's hard to catch up with me, because they keep me moving, you know?
Yeah.
Even though I was in Peoria, I did 2 days straight. They didn't let me know that I would be speaking to everybody. I thought I'd be speaking on one stage. So I was like everywhere, right? But even after that, on Thursday, I left worn out, and I still came and did this webinar.
Oh, wow. You know, like if you guys do the offline seminar next time, I would love to join there. And I really look forward to meet you and your representatives soon and offline, hopefully.
All right.
And you know, and Bobby is also helping me so much. I mean, he's a great guy, and he helped me so much. I'm almost ready to start the business now. Yeah, with his help.
Okay. Well, then you do have the number of people that you want to talk to.
Actually, I only know the Bobby. I only know Bobby.
Okay, then tell Bobby. Well, matter of fact, we have your number there, so I'll take your number and shift it to Mark. Okay.
Okay. So I don't need to write down his number, right? The Mark's number, right? I just gotta wait, right?
Yes, I gotta reach out to you. So I have to, that's how he wants it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Whitehead.
You're welcome, brother.
You're gorgeous.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Okay. Did we talk to Hayden? Let's wrap this up. Let's do 2 more.
No, sir, not yet.
All right. That'll be the last question. What's your question, brother Hayden?
Good. Hey, Mr. Derek. My name is Hayden. I'm from Louisiana.
Nice.
My question is, how do I best maneuver out of a current situation if I'm an authorized user? I haven't really went to get any credit cards underneath this authorized user, but the account I'm under is like failing.
Oh.
Okay.
Whoa. So people
I just got
on there. Okay, so people put you on there, and now their credit is bad, which is making your credit bad.
Exactly.
All right. So call them up and say, I'm an authorized user that did not authorize this. Call up the whatever credit card company it is that you are an authorized user on, and say, I did not, if you feel that way, I can't tell you what to do. But if you didn't authorize it, call them up and say, hey, I'm an authorized user and I did not authorize this. Can you please remove me? They will remove you within 2-3 days. Got it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We are Derek Whitehead, economicmatrix.com with 360 CEOs. Why do we call ourselves 360?
We'll be back.
Why do we call ourselves 360 CEOs? Is because we want to teach you everything from zero all the way around 360. That's why we call ourselves 360 CEOs, right? We are CEOs, we are businessmen, businesswomen, right? We don't do hair, we don't do nails. If we do that, that's just something that we do. But we are capitalists and we are businessmen and businesswomen. All right. And so what I want to say is I want to thank everybody. It's rather late, and I know you gotta be hungry if you stay on this late at night listening to this stuff. Okay, so I want to take my hat off for all the great questions and all the people that are on here so late, right? This is not by chance. This is not by chance. This is meant to be. I'm meant to be here, and you're meant to be right here. You didn't know you would be here 6 months, a year ago, 5 years ago, but you are. So now take advantage of that. Teach your children. And I want to go out and say, we're not brokers, we're not finders, we're not attorneys, we are consultants, and we're not even funders, but we are here to give you this information freely because we believe everybody out there is a friend, and I will continue to give you this information. All I ask of you is that you teach your children. If you don't have a child, then what about a cousin? Right? What about somebody? Now, remember, we can go in, you can call economicmatrix.com or put that number up there, please. And you can call in and say, hey, I just want to find out about my credit. I want to find out about taking my company to the next level. I want to find out whatever. Free. Right? Just don't come on here and just say, I got all this knowledge, because you can't go anywhere with just having knowledge. Knowledge is not power. You can't just sit there and do nothing with it. Knowledge is not power. The application of knowledge is power. So get up, and get it popping. All that money's waiting for you. It's all waiting for you, right? And don't say that you can't learn it, because repetition, if you leave here and you say, I didn't get it all, you keep checking it out. Before you know it, you'll be giving these things just like me. You'll be saying everything. You'll know all of it, right? But go home and take what I tell you and investigate. Investigate and learn more so you have better questions when you come back the next time. So I want you to be smarter than everybody on that damn internet. Everybody on the internet. And if you hop on the internet and y'all become teachers, I want to be able to say, that's my student. All right. I want to make 2,500 millionaires before, at least before the year is up. Okay. If you're not a millionaire in cash, be a millionaire in assets. In assets. Get the money from the bank, go buy some stuff and have assets. That would be good to hear from. All right. So I want to go out saying I can't be Martin Luther King, I can't be Malcolm X, I can't be John F. Kennedy. That was a good brother. That was a good brother. But I can be Derek Whitehead, and I can do my little part. Go out here and make that money in the daytime and come back and be very satisfied that I can give this information to you. So I'm going to end this by saying, who's going to give you all of this information on the internet for free? And when I count to 1, 2, 3, I want everybody, we do this at the same time if you can. I want everybody to say, when I say 1, 2, 3, ready? I want you to say, nobody. So ready? Who's going to give you all this information on internet for free for hours till their voice is out? 1, 2, 3. Ready?
Now.
Nobody.
Nobody at all. Woo.
Nobody.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Derek Whitehead, my voice is about going out. I'm going to give you some water and get something to eat. thank you for being here. Teach your children. That little baby that was on here, man, you're something else.
Yeah, that was good.
Thank you,
I love
brother.
you. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. And no matter
Next
what, I always
Tuesday.
try to make it. All right.
Okay.
Talk to you guys.
Right. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Nobody.
Only
Good night.
Derek White.
Bye-bye.
Bye.